Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Moon from Perigene Technologies and Sarah Learning Assessments. You're going to hear a bit more from me later on. For now, I want to turn it over to my co-host, Jeff Frost from Assessment Tomorrow.
And thank you, Brian. Well, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, depending where you are watching today. And welcome back to those rejoining us, and a warm welcome to those who joining us for the first time. I'm Jeff Ross, Assessment Tomorrow, based out in the UK, and I have the honour of being one of the conference directors for the Beyond the Multiple Choice conference stream. And I'm here to do a few bits of administration / housekeeping before we start today's proceedings. And in the time-honoured tradition of Zoom and other such platforms, I hope you can all hear me, and with a bit of luck in a few minutes, you'll be able to see me as well as we start the video up. I'll be popping up during the course of today, so you'll get well and truly sick and tired of seeing me, and I'll be here to link the sessions together, provide a little bit of continuity between those sessions. Yesterday, we had a very full but a really interesting day with some wonderful discussion and some real debate. I make it so far that we've had more than 25 presentations and some 6 or 7 lightning demonstrations from all sectors of education, training and assessment, and from many parts of the world. So just a big thank you to all of those speakers, contributors, sponsors, and so on who have made this possible. And finally, it would be low of me not to thank the technical team in the state who have provided the framework to allow this broadcast to come to life. Throughout today, and as we've seen over the last couple of days, we'll be using the chat facility extensively through today. Please use that to record comments, questions, queries, ideas, share things, whatever you want to use it to that applies to the conference. We want to make this as interactive an event as possible, and we are keen to get your input into this. We're very much also social media. We have a hashtag #BMC2021 on Twitter, and we encourage you to share thoughts and ideas on Twitter and on also on our LinkedIn discussion group as well. And for those of you watching it in catch up, and we do realize that lots and lots of people will be watching this in catch up as well. You may not be able to join in on the chat, but the LinkedIn group's there, and we welcome your comments, your ideas, your feedback post the event as well as during it. Copies of the presentations are going to be made available next week, as will a video recording of the proceedings. So look out for the email from Christine and the team with the link for that. And if you've missed any of the sessions, or you just want to watch them again, or even hear my introductions, that link will allow you to do just that. Finally, we'll be sending out a feedback form at the end of the conference. We really want your feedback on the event, the processes, procedures, proceedings, and so on. Hopefully that will feed into our design and development of the conferences. And as we look at our events coming up into 2022, your input helps make those possible, helps define what we offer. So finally, without any further ado, we come to the first activity of today. I'm going to hand over in a moment to Tim Burnett for session 1 on novel assessment design. Tim Burnett is our chair. He's an education consultant and marketing expert who, he says, sets his mission to build thriving communities within the educational technologies sector, and is a really well recognized and respected figure in our industry. He's chair of the e-Assessment Association and vice chair of the European Association of Test Publishing Conference, ATPC. So without further ado, I'm going to take this opportunity to hand over to Tim. I'm just looking to see he's there, and yes, he is. So over to you, Tim, and I'll see you all at the end of this first session.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I hope everyone's well, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're enjoying the conference. Day 3, I've really enjoyed the sessions that I've attended so far. Unfortunately, being UK based and having young children mean that when it gets to the 5 o'clock time, I have to disappear off to do bath time. But I do look forward to catching up with the sessions. And to be honest, the ones I've seen have been excellent so far. And I would encourage you to do this. When people put their emails and details at the end of the sessions and say, get in touch, please do so. I've already been in touch with a couple of the speakers, and we've got some initiatives going off the back of the presentations that we've seen here. So I do recommend that. So we've got 3 excellent presentations lined up. There's a slight change to the plan on the second one, but first of all, we have John and Jamie. I'd like to welcome them to the stage. Are you there, guys?
Yes.
Excellent. Great. So I've just done a quick bit of digging around on your profiles, and I've dug out some recommendations. I'm just going to read them out. These are things that people said about you guys. So John impressed me and the other doctoral students at the USC with his depth of understanding and how to apply knowledge management, mental models, and information architecture to practical problems in the business world. John has much to offer in these areas, and I know he's always going to be exploring new ones. So I hope you've been exploring new ones since that one was written. And Jamie, I've had the pleasure of partnering with Jamie for nearly a decade. Each time I've reached out to her, I can trust that Jamie will advise me honestly, candidly, on how to move forward. So 2 very honest and very forward-thinking people. So I'll hand over to you for your presentations.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Let me share my screen. Okay, if you can see that.
All looking good.
Good. Let's jump right in. We're going to talk about Beyond Bloom's Taxonomy, designing learning for the future workforce. I'm John Lewis, and I'll be working through the first half of this presentation, and Jamie will go through the second half. Okay, first thing I want to hit is why is this an important topic now? What's the timing context? So in case you haven't heard about this idea of industrial revolutions, the first industrial revolution was based on steam and mechanical production. So they're repetitive tasks. The second revolution was based on electricity and assembly lines. Same thing happened there, even more so with a business strategy called division of labor. Individuals were focused on just learning an individual task. The third revolution, based on computing and online workflow, where some programming skills were needed, but most people were just trained again on their specific jobs. And now in the fourth industrial revolution, it's based on intelligence itself and digital connectivity. So this is going to be different than the other switches between revolutions. You can't just retrain someone like you could in the past, maybe someone that put horseshoes on a horse, just retrain them to put fenders on a car as it comes down the factory line. Now humans require less repetitive tasks and remembering, and more demand for their strategic thinking, creative innovation, and problem-solving abilities. So with that, I have a quick question for the audience, if you wouldn't mind using your chat to go ahead and type in the chat 1, 2, 3, or 4 for this question. Our school systems are preparing students for which industrial revolution? If you think that they're preparing them for the fourth industrial revolutions, preparing them with better problem-solving abilities, it would be 4. If you think it's basically repetitive or remembering, then maybe 2 or 3. And I'll give you about 15 seconds to bring up chat and type that in. And 10 more seconds. All right, let's jump right in. It looks like most people are at 2, maybe 3. I don't see any or many 4s. And that is indeed sort of where we're at and the challenge that we're facing. So with that, let me go to the next slide. The fourth industrial revolution will require less repetitive tasks, more demand for strategic thinking and understanding comes from knowing the whole story. And as Carl Jung said, you're in a story, whether you know it or not. It's not just something that you tell. And this is looking at story in a comparison standpoint. just to make sure that you understand, we're not talking about storytelling. We're not talking about books and character development. We're talking about using the sense-making pattern of stories to develop our learning and working environments. And we'll see an example of that later in the presentation, where we have used this pattern to redesign healthcare's clinical process model. So what is the pattern of story? If you do a cognitive task analysis or sit down and talk to someone who's invented something or solved a big problem, they would go through a certain pattern. Or if you watch the movies, you're going to expect a certain pattern. It goes something like this. I was doing my normal routine, then something out of the ordinary occurred. I needed some time to figure out what really happened. And with that, I got a new idea. I worked on my plan. And finally, success. Now I have a new and better routine. So we end up back in this state of automation. We tend to use that word only when we think when we're talking about mechanical automation, but actually the root term is mindless work, which turns out most people are good at doing automation type work. And so let's take a look at where this all comes from. Maybe people ask them, how do you know there's 6 phases to this story pattern? It's because they're produced from underlying mindsets, workability beliefs, and response modes. So workability beliefs, if you believe it'll work, I believe it won't work, comes from those beliefs. But there's a third one, could work, that's also thrown in the mix where most projects, where we spend our time mentally in a project. Response modes come from basically what you find at the end of sentences for most languages, a question mark, period, and exclamation point. So we see how these are produced. Let's just take at the bottom when we say automation, what we're really talking about is a mindset of does work and reactive mindset. At the top, when we say ideation, we're talking about questioning and could work. Now we can take this story cycle and cut it in half, and the bottom half we call the half pipe. And you can think of the full cycle of moving through a full story as something for cognition versus the half pipe, we'd say recognition. Sometimes we pronounce it recognition, but if we actually thought of it as cognition and recognition, then you would see how training works, that it's something that you're expected to have already seen so you can react to it in that reactive state. So the full cycle is for meaningful learning versus rote learning in the half pipe. And full cycle story thinking is innovation and creativity versus learning in the half pipe is for rote learning, and working in the half pipe is for routine, productivity, and compliance. So the relationship between these two is that it's not two separate systems. We've always known that in psychology, there's these two different states. Sometimes they're called meaningful versus rote, or sometimes thinking fast and thinking slow. And the question has been, how do you get from one to the other? So what story thinking shows is that one is a subset of the other. They're in the same system, and the larger system is that of story structure. So as that takes us into the fourth industrial revolution, where memorization won't be as needed, repetitive tasks won't be as needed because that's going to be taken over. The question is, well, if robotics will own automation, what will humans do? Well, they're going to do what they're already good at. Creativity is an innate ability. We tend to think, if we're using a taxonomy structure for evaluation, that memorization is sort of the easiest, and it gets harder as we move up to creativity. But if you watch little kids for a while, and on their own, watch what they're going to be doing innately and what they enjoy and what they're going to be doing on their own. It's more of playing, creatively playing and trying new things. It's not saying, let's start memorizing some things. So we're going to be able to basically be more wholly human again, instead of just memorizing some job tasks. So what is the implication for evaluation? Well, in addition to did you get the right answer, it's also, did you ask the best question will be part of learning and evaluation. So we'd need to think about 3 different learning approaches. One is behavioralism, which we've been sort of stuck with since B.F. Skinner's work, getting feedback if we're doing it right. But we need to break out of that into cognitivism, getting productive, inventive, and also perceptive feedback. So we're learning how to do this. But then we also need to reach the level of constructivism, where we're putting it all together ourselves as a self-managed learner, so that we can move through the story and leave the classroom and go out into the world and be productive in the fourth industrial revolution. So story thinking has been compared to a lot of prescriptive models, and meaning that they're full of steps to do these things in this order. And we're going to look at just a couple of those today. So what we mean by mapping them to story structure, on the left, if you're familiar with Kolb's work, how he described learning, that it's a concrete experience followed by some reflective observation, then an abstract conceptualization, and an active experimentation, and then that's a cycle. In the middle, if you've developed instruction using the ADDIE method, you'll recognize those steps and how they map against the story structure. And then on the right, we talked about that a little bit, half pipe, what that means. Halfway through the story, after we've looked into the problems and come up with ideas and work through trade-offs that we'll make, we decide on an answer, and we start there and call that education and training and push that to someone and say, how fast can you memorize this? So we end up with half-pipe learning and behavioralism and half-pipe thinkers, which are not the people that we want to be producing in the fourth industrial revolution. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jamie.
Thanks, John. So now what I'd like to do is talk about story thinking model in relation to assessment and evaluation. And in particular, we'll be discussing a project that EBLI has been working on with the simulation development manual for the Hunter Holmes McGuire VA Medical Center. So our next slide, let's just start out by asking a question. How many of you have used Bloom's taxonomy to create assessments? And you could just put your answers in the chat, a yes or no. And we'll take about 15 seconds to do that. I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Okay, we'll give it just another few seconds. Great. So I can see many of you, yes, have used Bloom's taxonomy. And on our next slide here, really, what have we been told when we use Bloom's taxonomy? To not use the word understand because it's not measurable. However, if in the fourth industrial revolution, if robots are going to be taking over all those mundane, repetitive tasks, we're going to have to be able to understand so that we can use critical thinking to solve problems. So is this really just a matter of adding another course? No, it's really a pedagogical change that needs to happen. And Bloom knew this as well. And if we look at the next slide, this is actually an excerpt from the his first book when he first came out with the taxonomy in 1953. The taxonomy might lead to fragmentation and atomization of educational purposes, that the parts and pieces finally placed into the classification might be very different from the more complete objective from which they started. So Bloom really knew that there needed to be a larger sense-making process that could be fragmented. And today, neuroscience shows us that stories really provide that larger sense-making structure. What's really interesting, if we go to the next slide, is that the Bloom taxonomy was actually changed in 2001. And I'm not sure how many people actually know that the model changed and some different variables were put in there. But it changed because of a report that came out in 1983 called A Nation at Risk. And what A Nation at Risk said was that students were underperforming, they weren't being taught critical thinking skills, that test scores were low, and that education was not rigorous enough. And so as a result of that, the model changed, but it still did not encompass any type of story structure. So if we go to the next slide, this is actually a great example of how we used to teach for understanding, and it taught for inference. What this is a black box exercise, and it's used in the field of electrical engineering for students to test what's inside that black box. So they're given some input terminals and output meters, and then by observing those outputs, they can determine what are the components that are inside the box, as well as the functions that are happening inside that box. So this is a great example of a creative objective where students had to use their critical thinking and problem-solving skills to determine, to infer what is actually happening inside that black box. On the next slide, what we really need to do is think about how we're going to align learning objectives with a story thinking structure to be able to measure understanding. So when students can demonstrate their ability to determine and infer, deduce, and explain, interpret aspects of understanding throughout that story structure, rather than a taxonomy, then we've got a good framework to help them really demonstrate understanding. So now let's go to the next slide and tie this in with another familiar concept, which is Kirkpatrick's four levels of evaluation. We know that first level is the reaction of the student. How well did you like the class? Level 2 is, did they learn? Level 3 is, are they using those behaviors out in the job? And 4 is, are we showing results in the organization from those individuals who are using those skills? But we really need to think beyond level 2. Did the person learn? And really take this to level 3. Are people using those skills in the environment? So how might this concept be applied in a medical education setting? SOAP Notes is actually a methodology for capturing healthcare process documentation. And SOAP stands for Subjective, Objective, Assessment, and Plan. So subjective, what did the patient come in with telling you? Objective, what is the doctor seeing might be the initial cause? What are the tests that they use? So how do they assess and analyze what is actually happening with the patient? And lastly, the plan. What is the treatment that's going to be used? So this is where SOAP kind of falls short, because it stops at treatment and doesn't really take us the full cycle to the individual and the support of that individual. So on our next slide, this is where Dawn's work, and with my help, we developed a model using the story thinking structure, but using something that was already familiar to medical educators, and that is the clinical process model. So in doing so, we're able to kind of use their language in developing those objectives, or verbs, I should say, that are used to measure understanding, and take them through that process, which would be a full story thinking model. So in this example, we've got a boy that complains of a possible broken leg and some surface wounds. And the prior condition is describe the patient's activities and leg condition prior to that injury. We're going to do some assessment. So inspect the x-ray and confirm the severity of the fracture. And lastly, I think this is the important point, is of support. So what is needed for support of that individual? Is it crutches to make sure that they've got their appointment set up for 4 weeks' time to revisit the leg to make sure it's healing properly? And so, I think this is the key thing, is to make those objectives for understanding measurable. So in summary, we want to be able to develop and evaluate understanding and skills that are needed for the fourth industrial revolution. That story structure really produces an understanding in ways that a taxonomy structure cannot. And if you're interested in our work, we want to invite you to visit our website at EBLI or ebl.institute. You may be interested in transitioning from a taxonomy model to a story model. We'd love to talk with you about that. If there's any research or any projects you are interested in working on, or if you're interested in becoming a technology partner. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. And lastly, just our contact information to get a hold of John or myself, or our general EBLI email.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Thank you very much, John. That was excellent. We're going to save the major questions until towards the end. But I suppose I had a quick question, Jamie. You mentioned about technology partners there. I always find that interesting. I love the idea of partnerships and connections. How do you see that working in this kind of context?
I could see it where the story thinking model could be integrated into an item development platform, for example, and being able to take some of those objectives that have been created, so they're already populated within that tool to allow subject matter experts or item developers to craft items more easily.
Excellent. Because I know some of the platforms, they kind of allow for importing of Bloom's taxonomy and those kind of items as part of the tag. So yeah, it could be part of that process, couldn't it? Or it also could be the workflow, I suppose, for the item development. Excellent. Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. That was superb. We'll move on next now to Brian Moon. Brian, someone had this to say about you. I am constantly impressed by his breadth of knowledge and skills in eliciting and organizing complex knowledge. That's quite a wonderful statement for someone to make, isn't it? It's on your LinkedIn profile. So over to you, Brian.
All right. In full transparency, I believe that person was a former employee of mine. So thanks, Tim. I'm going to share my screen. This is be a lot of moving parts here. So hopefully we all work out here. So I'm going to talk today about supporting authoring of concept mapping based assessments. I've got some updates on work that we've been doing recently, and I want to show you kind of where we're at in our progress. The team behind me, lots of smart folks working for our company at Perigene Technologies. We're also partnered with this work with the universities of Michigan and the University of Texas. University of Michigan supporting some of our natural language processing work, and the University of Texas is helping us to make sure that we are learner-centered in our design. The work that I'm talking about here today is sponsored by the Army Research Institute. We've been fortunate to actually have a series of grants from the Department of Defense to support our development of concept mapping-based assessments. So we're talking about concept mapping for assessment. Concept maps have been around, of course, for 50, almost over 50 years at this point. They've been used to access mental models of students and adults, to gauge learner progress throughout learning pathways, to help identify misconceptions, and finally to enable meaningful learning. And this is following the Ausubel and Novak models of meaningful learning. And there's been a lot of research, lots and lots of research into how concept maps can get at higher order thinking skills, how they can gauge the content and the structure of knowledge. The validity and reliability questions have been answered time and time again. They've been useful in training, learning and training. So, K-12, higher ed, and the workforce across the assessment spectrum, from diagnostic to formative and summative. There's a great little book that came out a couple of years ago about formative, using concept maps in formative assessment. I've published my own book, co-authored, co-edited with Joe Novak, who founded concept mapping 50 years ago. And then I want to focus a little bit on this last one here in green, the National Assessment of Educational Progress. We've heard that mentioned a couple times already here today. Well, this week, their science framework, as recently as 2019, has called for the use of concept maps as an assessment task in the NAEP. Understanding that concept mapping tasks can tap a science ability that's difficult to measure by other means. That's a direct quote from the NAEP. So I want to run a quick poll. Given all this research, given all the application, obviously everybody's using concept mapping, right, for assessment. It's a bit of a facetious poll, because here are all the reasons why we hear that people don't use concept mapping. Okay, so the poll asks you to start off with, I don't use concept mapping based assessments because, and just take a couple minutes to review all of these reasons, There are more, actually, I could have added. Zoom polls stops me at 10. But these are all reasons why we've been hearing as we go about our work, why people aren't using this approach. Again, it's been around for 50 years. The NAEP calls for it in the science framework. So why do we think people aren't using concept mapping more widely for assessment? All right, I'm going to end the poll here, share the results. And you can see it's everything. People just haven't heard about it. The level of effort's too great. The people who they would be giving them to, the takers, would probably hate them and or me for using them. I don't understand them, or my students won't understand them. I don't know how to use them for these different assessments. They're not integrated with my other assessment systems or other assessments. They're really only good as a study aid or a project or a team exercise. Oh, and some people might say, no, I actually do use them. I print them out on paper for students to fill them in, fill in the bubbles. And folks believe that they're really no more insightful than multiple choice. And maybe they're even harder than essays. So polling this group reflects things that we've heard about why people aren't using them more broadly. So our goal is to deal with all these issues. We're developing Cirrus to sort of cover the gamut, everything from what's mentioned in the NAEP science framework. This is actually taken directly from the NAEP. It explains how the task could be developed and executed in a computer-based way. The NAEP holds out these concept mapping assessments as a constructed response item. And so, you know, you can see the date here, 1999. So this is the vision, and the vision's been here now for 2 decades. So our goal, again, one of our goals is to meet this this large-scale type of assessment, more of a summative assessment. But I want to point out here a comment that Joey Webb made earlier this week. It's good to be the host of the conference because I can quickly swipe quotes verbatim that people gave earlier in the week. But to me, it was such a perfect comment about our work and what we're trying to do. So teachers should know how to write items, right? We need to democratize the way that modern item types are used. Teachers should have many of them available to themselves. They should have the competency to build them and write them, and have the tools to write them quickly. That is a summary of what we're trying to do with Cirrus. So I thank Joey for mentioning that. I want to show you a bit about what we're doing with Cirrus, kind of what it looks like. And again, stress that we are continually developing. We've been developing really for the past 6 years. And we have a pretty robust capability now that we're very interested in having folks try out. What Cirrus does is enable this complete process. So to author the concept mapping assessments, give takers, you know, be they students or people in training in the workforce, and then analyze those results. And really the focus in terms of development of concept mapping over the years has kind of been in the middle. There's been a lot of emphasis on how do we get students to do this? How can they create their own maps? Less of a focus up front in terms of how can these assessments be authored quickly? And then because at the beginning of the history of concept mapping, of course, this was done on butcher block and Post-it notes. We've moved into an age of software, obviously, but even there, the capability to analyze the maps and particularly to analyze large sets of maps, so across lots of users, lots of takers of the maps, that hasn't really been here. I want to talk today specifically, and here's our overall process for Cirrus. So the assessor, creates a concept map, or perhaps just offers concepts or linking phrases. Then they create an assessment from that concept map, that reference map, we call it the master map, but that's really the map that contains the knowledge that you want to assess. The takers then, the students, they're going to take the assessment. They can view their own results if you want them to. And then you as the assessor can view the results at various levels. So individual takers as well as the entire group of takers, and then particular propositions within the maps or particular assessment items. We have 2 major types of concept mapping based assessments that we support. One is called a skeleton map. You'll be seeing this a little bit later. But the idea here is you take a concept map that reflects the content that you want to assess the students on. What are those propositions? How are students organizing their knowledge? And this is what we're trying to support with authoring. is to be able to create that initial map and then to introduce what we call assessment items. And so these are various ways to correct, edit, extend the map, and then to enable the students to build out the map as they think it should be built out. On the right is what we call our builder map. In this case, we're just providing the takers with a set of concepts and linking phrases, and enabling them to build their own map given that content. Again, all this is done in reference to an overall focus question. What is that map trying to answer? So I won't walk you all the way through Sarah, but I do want to focus on some of the work we're doing around semi-automated authoring. Again, the idea here is to support the efficiency of this overall process. So we're trying to build tools that enable these maps to be quickly built by teachers, by even large-scale assessment facilitators, to be able to quickly create the maps. So we started this current work. We already had sort of a lot of Sarah built out lots of pieces. So the idea was you sort of start from what you know and or learning resources like text, and then you're going to manually create your map. You're going to lay it out as a concept map, and then you're going to create either your build a map, which is really just kind of a one button click. So you're going to click the button and you're going to break up the structure and then just provide the content. Or you're going to create your skeleton map, which means going through and figuring out which concepts, linking phrases, even arrowheads and connections you want to use as an assessment item. And then the automation we built in to be able to score these things against the reference map or to compare students against each other. The progress we're now making is to go from learning resources, that is text, and to enable the production and editing and review of kind of basic concept maps built from that text. And then to go into the authoring stage to be able to find, to help the author find which items within the map they might use as an assessment. So which concepts, linking phrases should they use as assessment items. So we're trying to, again, build support tools to create more of a semi-automated approach here to ramp up the efficiency on how these things are done. I want to show you a peek at our progress and be open about some of our challenges. Some of the challenges have to deal with just how to handle this whole process. Some other challenges deal with sort of the state of things like natural language processing. And so I want to kind of show you where we're at. And here goes the live demo piece. So what I want to show you is, this is Sarah. If I was going to start to create a map as an author, I might take a piece of text. So we're just going to grab this paragraph here. This is actually the first paragraph of the Wikipedia page for banking. I just pulled that off and kind of cleaned it up a bit because obviously we just want text. We don't want all the links and that sort of thing that you get in a Wikipedia page. And now I'm going to run my automated process. This is going to actually send that text out to a capability that University of Michigan is developing called Nesty, which I'll talk about in a minute. And I'm going to get that started. I'm going to go back quickly to talk about those nests. So the idea here is that, natural language, people write in lots of different ways. If I was looking at this sentence, being self-aware requires leaders to develop clear, honest picture of their own capabilities and limitations. If I was to break that down into propositions, you can see here that my first proposition might be being self-aware. That'd be the first concept or the subject. Being self-aware requires. So that's the linking phrase, and this concept, linking phrase concept, is the proposition in concept mapping. But what follows then is really kind of a bunch of propositions. Okay, and so what Nesty does, again, this is a capability developed at University of Michigan, is to break down this text into these nested propositions so that we see not just the first one, being self-aware requires, and then everything that follows. We see several propositions that would be nested within the end or the second half, if you will, of that proposition. So I want to go back and show you that the processing has now produced a set of propositions. Again, we went from text There's a couple of really exciting things for us in what we're producing here. One is that these propositions, Nesty's clearly finding the propositions. Nesty's producing some very nice linking phrases. Linking phrases are really key to learning and key to concept mapping. And we want linking phrases that are specific to the text that's been produced, right? So not just, you don't want your whole concept map to say concept A includes this concept map. Concept includes this other thing. You want these very specific linking phrases. So we're really excited about that. Also extracting some very nice concepts, breaking things down, breaking those sentences down into the most basic concepts. So that's what we're going after. That's kind of the goal here. I want to show you something that's in the works. This is kind of a BMC exclusive, if you will, but we are getting pretty close to being able to produce those nested propositions in the graph itself. So here's the example I showed earlier. Being self-aware requires, now you have within this nest, you have several propositions. So this is kind of a next stage for us to think about, not just the basic propositions, but actually being able to nest these things in the map itself. So our automated capabilities are enabling us to move forward. So in this case, you'll notice we're asking for a super concept. Again, we're trying to reinforce this idea of semi-hierarchical knowledge. The super concept, and for now, I'll just say that Sarah, I want help from you. Again, these are all recommendations. These are all help things that we're building into the process so that you can, in an automated way, quickly form your map. We're going to use banks as the highest super concept. And now, again, we're getting gradually closer to this concept map. So we're very excited about the direction here and the progress we're making. I'm going to skip ahead for the sake of time and show you, again, with a little bit of support, you can get quickly to a very nice concept map. And now we have some other tools. These tools are going to build in to the process some rules of thumb, some best practices for good concept maps. And so what we can now do is use a couple of these tools so that we can see if we have a lot of repetitive concepts. For instance, we're going to look for things like lexical similarity. Are these really the same concept, or are they different? It's also going to look for things like semantic similarity, and here it's looking for not only exact matches, but also are things semantically similar enough that you might want to just combine them into the same concept in the map. This is live, this is running. This actually takes a little bit of time because, of course, what's happening behind the scenes is everything's getting compared to everything else. And so again, the goal here is to help quickly get to a concept map. It's going to look at the concepts and the linking phrases and see that includes, again, in this case, I added some of these in, but it's showing you that you're using includes a lot. So is there another linking phrase that that you might use that's going to enable you to be more specific with regard to your propositions? So this is going to keep running, and I want to be careful about going too far into the time. But I want to show you one more thing as this runs, and that is, again, once we have our map, once we're satisfied with our map, we've got some tools here to help you both manually lay it out and then in an automated way lay it out. And so once you get happy with your map, you always have control as the author, of course. You can change anything here. You can edit it as you see fit. But once you're happy with what your overall map looks like, again, the auto layout is going to help you lay some things out. This is a piece that we're always going to be refining. But to move on to the next stage, then now you're at your assessment stage. So what do you want this map to do? Do you want it to be the build a map where we break it all up and give you just the content and no structure? And if you do want it to be a build a map, you're going to get some support here to say, this is a really big map. This is going to be really hard for anyone to take because there's so many propositions that if you just gave the concepts, just gave the linking phrases, would be very difficult for someone to do. So again, more ways to build in those best practices. Back to what Joey said, build in those competencies right into the software so that we're not just relying on individuals' training and know-how to do these sorts of things, but we're helping them along the way to show, here are the best practices, the things you need to think about. For now, I'm going to actually change this over to our skeleton map and say, okay, it's too big to be a build a map. Let me make it a skeleton map. And now, Sarah, I want you to suggest which of these items I might use for my assessment. I can actually build on a difficulty level. This is now going to run and it's going to return to us recommendations. So Sarah's going to look at the structure, the content, and with our various assessment items in mind, going to give you some assessment items. You can either accept them all. I'm going to accept them all because the other thing I want to show you is, again, you have the power here. You're the author. You can come in and create other items. And just to show you what kind of items we have here. So we do have multiple choice items within a concept map. We have fill-ins. We have error corrects where you're going to introduce errors into your map so that the students can find them and correct them. And then you're also going to be controlling those connections. Where are things connected and to what? And so, again, giving you the power to develop this assessment as you like, but giving you that automated support as we go. I'm getting pretty close to time, so I want to jump back and thank everybody. If you're interested in talking to us more about Sarah, reach out. The best way is to reach out to me directly, brian@sarahlearn.com. We actually have also set up a demonstration of Sarah from the taker side. So you can actually go in and see what this looks like from a taker perspective with both our build a map and our skeleton map. And with that, I will turn it back to Tim. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Brian. It'd be really harsh of me to boot one of the conference organisers from the session, but thank you very much. That's excellent. No, and it's an excellent area, and I think it's definitely worth people checking out the demo site if they want to find out more information. Okay, we're going to welcome up the next speaker, Dave McCool. Dave, are you there?
Yes, I am, and I have two co-presenters as well, Tara Loughlin and Naomi Boyer.
Excellent. Well, I'll hand over to you and we'll do some Q&A from the other presentations at the end. So over to you, David.
Sounds great. Thank you. Yeah, so Tara, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Hello, everyone. And it's great to see you all. Really fascinating information in the first two sessions here today. So our session is using online simulations to auto-assess skills. So I think you'll see some nice through lines with what you've just heard. My name is Tara Loughlin. I am the X-Credit project lead at Education Design Lab, and we'll tell you a little bit more about X-Credit later on in the presentation. And I'll toss it over now to my colleague, Naomi, to introduce herself.
Hello, everyone. I won't say good morning where it is morning for me in Florida, but just good day because I'm not sure where everyone is attending from. But happy to be here. I am the Senior Director for Data and Skills Ecosystems for Education Design Lab. Dave, your turn.
All righty, and I am Dave McCool. I'm the founder of Muzzy Lane Software. We are an ed tech company that's really focused on building tools to help people build simulations and more interactive content for online courseware. And so a little more about us. So we work with publishers, online universities, other online content creators to help them add simulations into their courses. So sort of the range of ways we work with people is we have a SaaS-based platform with authoring tools and delivery tools. We have skills-based courseware capabilities. We have content that we can provide, and then we do a lot of training and services work with people. So we tend to partner with people to help them work out the best way to add this kind of content to their courses, and generally trying to enhance the ability for students to practice skills and then help evaluate those. And this is our platform. The kinds of experiences we help people develop, role play / problem solving activities where you set up scenarios that students need to analyze and figure out the answers to, systems thinking situations where there's a system, they need to understand how it works, they have some control over the inputs. The black box example earlier was kind of interesting. I'd forgotten about inference models, but that idea of figuring out how does the system work, I have some controls on the inputs and I'm trying to achieve some goals on the outputs, and then also interpersonal skills as well.
So that's me now. I'm going to tell you just a little bit about Education Design Lab, and we've been very fortunate to partner with Muzzy Lane in the development of these assessments. So we are in the process, and Tara will dig into what the assessments are, but developing assessments. So you notice that we co-design, and so we are co-designing with Muzzy Lane. But the lab is a national nonprofit organization, and we tackle wicked problems alongside our education and employer partners to identify models that lead towards the future of work. It is with an intentional equity lens that we co-design, test, build, and deploy prototypes to address the major issues of affordability, flexibility, relevance, portability, and visibility. Lots of ill-abilities, right? You can see the number of colleges and universities, employers, and ecosystems. Truthfully, these numbers have grown since the slide was last updated. And we're really focused now on regional ecosystems and how we can facilitate change. The lab is a lab. We're developing opportunities to deal with some of the very difficult issues that keep individuals from finding themselves into meaningful work that can change their lives, basically. And so the assessments need to be something really unique and relevant in order to contribute to the process that you're going to learn a little bit more about. Tara, can you switch the slide? One thing I didn't say about the lab, but is exceedingly important, is we use human-centered design thinking as our central methodology, but really I like to call it learner-centered design thinking because the learner is at the center of the process. We work with employers and institutions, but always keep that learner, that persona in mind. The lab has coined a phrase of the new majority learner because we know 75% of learners in higher ed institutions are not the 18 to 20-year-olds or 22-year-olds living in dorms and can, have a focused full-time academic experience. They're working, they're learning, they have families, and you can see some of the learners we work with on the left-hand side, but it's really this broad array of individuals that require some level of support to be successful in their post-secondary, and they're learning for a lifetime. Tara? Yep. So the lab has created a library of 8 digital micro-credentials. You can see the micro-credentials on the screen. These are 21st century skills, meaning they are transferable, they're cross-domain, and they surfaced from about 7 years worth of work with employers and learners and higher ed institutions about the most important skills. Now, you may have heard these skills called transferable skills, employability skills, the dreaded soft skills, but they're still skills. And I think folks struggle with how do we measure these? How do we make these demonstrable? Tara, can you go to the next slide? Each of our 8 digital credentials has 4 sub-competencies underneath it. Some of them overlap, but this is an example of the anatomy of one of our digital micro-credentials. This happens to be critical thinking, which you see at the center, and the 4 sub-competencies associated with this. Well, it's hard to say, how do I assess critical thinking? It's a little bit easier to assess the demonstrable sub-competencies that are associated with it. So gather and assess relevant information, identify patterns, draw conclusions, and question assumptions. We can get down and assess these things. In the past, we have used a very manual facilitated process of performance-based scenarios, a story that then would be assessed against a rubric on the submission of that. It's arduous for the facilitator who needs to grade that, for institutions that are trying to automate some of this because these skills are so important and so needed. It's what we hear globally from employers, that in order to alter these assessments into something that's much more feasible, we embarked on a journey with Muzzy Lane to think about how could we develop these simulations in a way that were still performance-based, still got at the core of demonstrating a competency, but also allowed for some automation and time saving on that grading and assessment side. Tara?
All right. So yeah, thanks, Naomi. That was awesome. And kind of feeds right into the way I think about the market challenge. What we've seen is, assessing skills through multiple choice questions. People try to do it. I don't know if anyone's received the emails from LinkedIn Skills saying, come take our performance-based skills-based assessment and then put this, C# badge on your LinkedIn profile. And if you go to it, it's 15 multiple choice questions. If you get 10 right, you get the badge. And I think that doesn't, I don't know that really says that I can program in C# now. And so that's a challenge with multiple choice questions. But then the more performance-based stuff, when it has to be manually assessed, is time consuming and expensive and often doesn't happen. So what we see is a lot of online courseware just drops back to the multiple choice solution or graded, structured response solution because it's gradable. And yeah, next slide, Tara. So simulation. So our approach is to try to use online simulations to address that problem. So as Naomi said, create more authentic situations virtually, allow students to grapple with complex data and analysis and solve problems and deal with, sort of game-like situations where you have to analyze a situation, understand how it works, and then, come up with a solution that then can be auto-assessed.
Great. Thanks, Dave. And just so that all of you know who are on the call, we do have a link we're going to share in the chat at the end of our session today, giving you access to one of these simulations that we have co-designed with Muzzy Lane. So you will be able to actually go to it, play through it. I will just let you know in advance that it is a prototype, still very much in development. But what you're seeing on the screen here today is the two use cases that we are designing for right now, we being Education Design Lab in partnership with Muzzy Lane. So as Naomi mentioned, we are laser focused on the 21st century or soft skills at Education Design Lab. And you saw our suite of 8 micro credentials. So those are the foundation on which both of these use cases rests, those 8 micro credentials. On the left side of the screen here, you will see our logo for Visible, which actually stands for Verifiable Stackable Bits of Learning. And that is our online courses related to those 8 micro credentials. So learners are actually able to log in and move through modules in a loop of learn, practice, reflect, and assess to develop in those 21st century skills with the performance-based assessment at the end. So the assessments that we're designing are going to be summative in nature as one use case within our micro credentials. What we're also looking at doing is the other use case you see on the right-hand side of the screen here. This refers to our X Credit initiative. And Naomi, if you wouldn't mind putting the link to our X Credit microsite in the chat. So X Credit stands for Experience Credit. And essentially, we are trying to reimagine the concept of PLA or prior learning assessment. And this is all about giving people credit or value for the skills that they already have. So no learning experience required. We know that people develop skills informally in many different ways, on the job, in life. As parents, there's all kinds of different things that we do that build skills, but we don't have any tangible documentation of those skills. So it makes it really hard for us to signal to potential employers the value that we could bring to their organization without that tangible documentation. And so X Credit is really about tackling that problem, again, for the 21st century skills specifically. So I really like this graphic here in that it just shows in the upper left-hand corner, kind of all of the hidden talents that a person may have, right? That we don't have that visible signal to employers, their untapped skills and life experiences. And what we're doing is bringing those into the light using these online simulations that we're designing with Muzzy Lane. So we are capturing and validating the skills that someone has and credentialing them, giving them the lab's 21st century skills micro credentials if they can demonstrate mastery of those skills. So that links back into our visible use case in the sense that these assessments can now be placed at the front of the courses. And if an individual comes in, takes the assessment, and demonstrates mastery at the very beginning of the experience, they can jump right over the learning experience and earn the credential right away. So those are the two use cases that we're using the assessments for. And a little bit about the assessments themselves. So you can see screenshots here from one of our samples. This is called Save the Museum, and this is aligned with the lab's 21st century skill credential on critical thinking. So the learner is placed in the role of a consultant who's hired to help a struggling museum. And earlier in the first presentation, I was seeing a lot of correlations with story thinking, right? And how you can use story thinking in assessment. And that is certainly the approach that we are leveraging here in these assessments. So you're a consultant, you've been hired to help a struggling museum. You have to interview a lot of different stakeholders, community members, employees at the museum, and others who all come with their own sets of biases, right? That you have to work through and interpret as the learner and come up with a plan of action for how to save the museum. So you gather this data, you analyze this data, and then you have to choose a marketing plan to decide what would be the most effective path forward and give a defense of your decision. As you're going, you do receive just-in-time feedback, and at the end, you get a detailed performance review when you're done. So you can see here just kind of a quick glimpse of what the platform looks like. We've got a chat-based simulation happening on the left with different options that branch you through the scenario down different pathways. There's also the sources of data that you're utilizing to make those decisions. And so here you can see an example of what the results look like. This particular individual did not do terribly well. At the top, you'll see your overall score. You completed the activity. You did not succeed in saving the museum. So you chose this particular marketing campaign based on the data that you were presented with and the conversations you had in the assessment. This was the wrong message, right? The wrong communication strategy to put out into the community. And then below this is cut off, but you can actually see a breakdown at the sub-competency level. So Naomi showed you that graphic of our critical thinking micro-credential, the 4 sub-competencies in a circle around it. The data, your results are actually broken down at the sub-competency level, so you can see how you performed on each, along with the specific criteria that you were measured on as it relates to those sub-competencies. So that is just kind of a high-level overview of who we are, how we're partnering, and the use cases that we're designing for, as well as a quick glimpse into the assessments. And as promised, we do have a simulation that you are able to access and play through on your own. Naomi's going to put this link in the chat for you. And this is a sub-competency level assessment. Just to be clear, if I go back to this slide, question assumptions is one of the sub-competencies underneath critical thinking, so that you can understand where sort of in the hierarchy or in the taxonomy of skills you're playing an assessment targeted just at that one sub-competency. So that ends our formal presentation. I know we've got some Q&A that is supposed to be happening next, so I will stop there.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to welcome all the speakers back into the space now, if that's okay. Some really fascinating presentations there and some really quite interesting overlaps between them. Now, I've kind of posed the question out to the delegates about how they kind of perceive some of these challenges. They're all great ideas. What kind of challenges might they face in getting them across? I suppose my question to everyone here is, you've obviously been talking and working with people. You've been trying to convince people about these amazing concepts and these amazing ideas. What kind of challenges or opposition or resistance have you faced, and how have you adjusted that? I don't know if maybe John and Jamie might want to go first on that one.
Sure. I think that in our case, it was actually easy because we were working with medical simulation educators that were having difficulty in taking a clinical scenario. If you ask a doctor, tell me about your last case, what you did to go through the pattern, it's always a story pattern, and the objectives that you would map against that pattern. And so they were always having difficulty in saying, okay, this seems like putting a square peg in a round hole, to say, okay, now let's translate that because it has to be in a hierarchy or a taxonomy structure. And by the way, you can't say understand. You can't look for that. So they're struggling with that, and we're actually drawn to this approach that's been presented to the VA educators for simulation education as well. So we found that anytime you're doing something that mainly, like in clinical scenarios, is a story or is a pattern like that, it's just a much more easier alignment with what they're doing.
Excellent. Yeah, very good. Jamie, is there anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think that the critical part in this is kind of the aha moment that we had with using the language of the medical community and overlaying that on top of the story structure. So that was huge, because then, you know, they could more easily relate to it and plug it into their work, their everyday work.
Yeah, I can fully get that, because when you initially present these ideas, then unless people can see how it is going to directly change their world, then they're immediately going to think, no, this just doesn't apply to me. This won't work for me. So absolutely, yeah. So contextualization within the spaces that you're talking to is absolutely essential. Brilliant, thank you, Jamie. Brian, the same kind of question for you. You've obviously spent a lot of time developing this amazing solution. What kind of, how are you getting over the hurdles of getting it across to people and making them understand the benefits of it?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the 50 years of research, but there's also 50 years of attempts, right? And so we're also trying to overcome a lot of people's prior experience in trying this sort of thing out already, right? And whether that means they tried it as a paper and pencil exercise, or, you know, copies and fill in the bubbles. We had one of our participants in our pilot studies who worked for the Department of Defense Medical School, and every year this professor ran a team-based concept mapping exercise with her new 72 students, right? And so it was an exercise that she knew had value for all the students, but at the same time, she had to then hand score 72 paper drawn concept maps, right? And so again, we're trying to overcome by making this as easy as possible a lot of people's prior experience, in addition to all those other reasons that were in the poll. I mean, I added those. I could have added more, because those are the sorts of things that we've been hearing. So our approach is get it as easy to do as possible, with as much value for the learners and the assessors out of the exercise. And so that's we're just going to keep building to try to overcome all those challenges.
And I think obviously feeding in text and getting the computer to do the automation side of that and the processing of that would help. Just I noticed when people are authoring it, have you considered things like using dictation features to allow people to, you know, kind of rapidly create that map rather than typing if you're doing it a kind of manual process?
Yeah, I mean, that's actually part of a larger issue, which was discussed yesterday with regard to accessibility. There are some limits to what we're doing with regard to accessibility. It is a very visual exercise. It requires, you know, ideally a mouse pad and or a mouse to do this sort of exercise. And I think, you know, since this is a session on novel assessments, I do think that we as designers of these types of assessments really have to think hard about how to make them, you know, maximally available to all the potential learners out there. And so, you know, things like being able to dictate propositions during the authoring might be useful, might be doable, but we're also thinking about those learners. And so learners who may be low vision, for instance, or have some challenges, you know, interacting with a dynamic type exercise like this, that's always something that we're trying to remind ourselves as we design, that there's lots of different types of learners out there.
Yeah, you have to think about the diverse user base. So Tara, Dave, and Naomi, there was a question. You've already answered my question that was in there. It's same thing to you then, in terms of the challenges that you've been facing. What I like about your solution is that I see a lot of crossover with the other presentations that we've seen here. It's about the flow. It's about having those kind of conversation pieces. You know, how easy has it been to convince people, you know, to go down the simulation route?
So I will let Dave and Tara chime in here, but really on this piece, there hasn't been a very large sell. I think the arduous nature, when we're talking about digital credentials and alternative, measuring alternative types of skills, shorter, short-term, trying to unpackage and unbundle learning, degree learning that we've all been accustomed to, people are looking for ways to be able to engage. This is not get rid of teachers. This is not get rid of professors. This is not get rid of thinking and learning. It's simply the piece that's so arduous and somewhat intimidating. This allows folks to jump in and spend more time on other issues. And so really, it's been quite embraced. It's not we're not only providing one option saying you have to go this route, we're providing both, right? So people can make the choice that they want, if they want to do those facilitated performance-based assessments, or they want to do these automated simulations. But really from my end, they're hungry for more. We only have a small set that have been developed. And so we're getting a lot of requests for, okay, so when are the rest of your 23 sub-competencies going to be ready to go? So I'll leave it at that. Tara, Dave, anything to add?
Tara, I'll definitely defer to you because I know we've run through the X-Credit project a ton of employer studios, learner studios. So there's been a lot of testing on this. I mean, I think for us as the tech developers, it's how do you go from a multiple choice question, which with no context is somewhat limited, to staying with structured responses of different sorts, but providing enough rich context that you're now actually testing skills.
Yeah, so we, again, as believers in human-centered design, we at the lab have been co-designing alongside learner earners and employers. And people, as Naomi said, are really interested, really excited. Anytime we make something available for testing and feedback, we have people jumping on those opportunities because they want to get their hands on it. And I think we saw that, potentially with participants here today, like, the link's not working. I really want to do this. I mean, people are excited to get in and play. And then obviously there's a lot of questions. We're getting a lot of questions, really great ones that we're incorporating into our iterative process, things along the lines of, people pushing on rigor, people pushing on authenticity, people pushing on issues of potential bias, inclusion, right? Like, whose experiences are we simulating? And what, there's a lot of really great questions that are coming out of these co-design sessions that we are weaving into our long-range plans for further development.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, everyone. That's some fascinating ideas, lots for you to take away and play with there as well through the link. So thank you all to my speakers. And I'm going to hand back over to Jeff as he warms you all up for the next demo session with Cirrus. So thank you all my speakers, and over to you, Jeff.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you ever so much, Tim. Thank you, everybody, for a fascinating session on novel assessment design. Some really, really, really exciting and interesting things in there. And let me also thank Cirrus Assessment, who has sponsored that session. So let me mention them again then. As our sponsor, we really appreciate the support of all of our sponsors who have helped make this possible, which fits in quite nicely now because our next session is a lightning demo from Cirrus, from Vigard Sivertsen in the Netherlands. And hopefully, Vigard, you are there, ready to go. He says, hopefully. Dave's laughing. If he's not careful,
Sorry,
I'll invite him to come
mute.
back and speak again. Vigard, you're there. Brilliant.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you ever so much. So I'll now hand over for our first lightning demo of the day to one of our sponsors, Vigard Sivertsen, CEO of Cirrus, and leave you in his very, very capable hands. Over to you, Vigard.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeff. Thanks for the introduction. First of all, I want to thank the organization for the opportunity to present at this conference. The purpose of this conference is beyond multiple choice. And what I'm about to show you today will hopefully show that there's a lot of opportunities in moving beyond multiple choice with some truly amazing fit for purpose question types. But But before moving on to the live demo, I just wanted to give you a brief overview of what or who Cirrus is and what we're doing. So Cirrus is a full end-to-end e-assessment platform. What we mean by that is that it supports the whole process from creating, delivering, and marking of exams and tests. And obviously, we have integrations with additional tools like remote proctoring and things like plagiarism control, etc. But this end-to-end process is what we at Cirrus focus on every day and what keeps us busy 24/7. What we want to achieve with Cirrus, or what our mission is to help our customers create better assessments. And there are a number of key focus areas we have in order to achieve that. So today we will focus on the fit for purpose question types, but maybe some other time we can focus on the workflow and how we support the workflow and making sure that assessments are quality assured and have the best possible quality, or the blueprint that ensures that the assessments are validated, or the psychometric data that makes sure that the assessments are reliable. So why have we done some of the things that we have done? And I will soon show this in the live demo. This is one of my favorite quotes, and it says something about that everyone can do something that is easy, but it's the hard thing that gives the most rewards. And some of the things that we have done in regards to fit for purpose question types are truly amazing. When I first heard of the wishes from different customers, I thought that this sounded like alien technology. Some of them are just out of this world, complex or advanced, and I never thought it would be possible to create these question types. But still, we managed to do it. So I hope you will be as excited as I am after seeing the demo, that there is a lot possible when it comes to high stakes testing with truly advanced question types. I'll move on to the live demo. So this is me having logged in as a candidate. And I'm going to show you the advanced question types that we have prepared for you today. So I'm going to start this test here. And we'll see some description of the test. So let's just dive straight into it. The PIN code to confirm that I'm allowed to enter. So the first question type I'm going to show you is the mathematical question type. One of the most challenging areas in digital assessments is, in my experience, is what we call exact sciences. So mathematics, physics, biology, computer science, all of these courses, because it doesn't always have a binary answer. It's not always yes or no as the correct answer. You could have shown understanding of the topic, and if a computer marks this, he might mark it as an incorrect answer, whereas based on your understanding and the workout of the exercise, you've actually shown that you have done the right things, but you might have gotten the final answer incorrectly. And in no other courses, in my view, is this more apparent than in mathematics. We've probably all had the experience with mathematics that we have made some calculations and then we base the calculation on some wrong assumptions and the final answer is incorrectly. Like normally, if you do this on paper, the marker would then say, well, you have shown understanding, so I'll award you partial marks for this. But how can you make that happen in a computer-based testing system? No, that is a challenge, and I'll tell you how this was solved. in a bit. Another challenge with these exact sciences question types is that they are very time consuming to create. And once you have created them, it's, if those questions are copied by the students or put online, etc., everyone knows the answers to them. So, so you need to make sure that you can reuse these questions and with a minimum effort when it comes to authoring. So this question type, for example, uses something we call parameterization. So every time a candidate sees this question, it will look different. So you can author the question one time and you can reuse it 1,000,000 times, because every time it will look different. And at the same time, it's auto-scored. So the answer for candidate A could be a different answer than for candidate B, even though it being the same question. And another very cool thing about this question type is that it allows the candidate to answer in complex equations, and those equations will be automatically scored and marked by the system. Let me show you another example. So one of the powers of this question type is that it supports something we call work-through errors. So if you make a mistake early on in the assignment and you use that value to calculate the next steps of the assignment, normally in a computer-based testing system, you would have gotten that answer incorrectly because the final answer was incorrect. But with this work-through error support, it recognizes your calculations and it recognizes that you have taken the right steps, but based them on some wrong assumptions, and you will still be able to get a partial mark for it. Let me show you an example of that. Just going to this question here. So this is a very easy question, and obviously the example I could have used could be much more difficult, but then it would be a challenge for me to understand it as well. But this example here, you see an assignment or a question that consists of two parts. So the first part, you need to calculate something, and the correct answer to this question is 3, which is already being written here. And the next part of the question, I need to square the number I got in the first part with itself. So I think everyone can see that here, the first answer should be 3 and the second answer should be 9, right? 3 times 3 is 9. But let's assume I'm going to answer 4 here. I made some mistake and I use that mistake and I calculate 4 times 4, which is 16. So mathematically that's correct, but I used the wrong basis for calculating the follow-up question. So we will come back to the report afterwards, like how that would look like in the reports. Just wanted to go back to this question type here. This is what we call a financial statement question type. It's a question type that was especially developed for our accountancy customers. And the ask they had was that they wanted a question type that was as powerful as Excel to author, but with the power of auto scoring. So you can make quite complex and advanced financial statements here with advanced scoring algorithms, etc. And it will be fully auto scored. So you can imagine how much time that saves in marking efforts. Let's just move forward to the next question here. Well, this is another one of those question types that I mentioned earlier. I thought it was alien technology when I first heard about it. And this is a programming question type. And programming, of course, is very difficult to assess, especially if you have auto scoring, because as every programmer knows, you can write code in different ways and you can achieve the same result, right? So how can you auto score that? And let's actually move to the next example that I have prepared here. And the author here has provided me with some code, and I need to fix this code. So this code is buggy. It contains errors, and I need to fix that code. So for the simplicity here, I've just going to copy the correct code. You can see that the candidate has full access to a code editor, so they can see color coding and all of that kind of things that developers find useful. They can run the code, they can debug the code, they can compile and evaluate the code. And the cool thing about this question type is that, again, it has very advanced scoring algorithm. So if the candidate tries to compile this code and it doesn't succeed, they will get subtracted in marks. So if they get it right the first time, they will get full marks. But every time they unsuccessfully try to compile it, they will get less and less marks for this question. So if I now try to compile this code, see what's happening. It's now compiling on a background server, because that was one of the other challenges. We didn't want candidates to crash the system because they wrote some malicious code or something. You can see here that that 5 of the 5 test cases I have created as an author has been passed. So this code is good, which is great news. So let's move on to the next one. This is another one that fits very well into the fit for purpose bucket. And this is, again, a question type or a functionality that we created together with one of our customers. So the question they had, or the ask they had, was that they wanted their candidates to be able to work in spreadsheets during the exam. And they didn't want to simulate some quasi spreadsheet functionality. They wanted the real stuff. These were accountants. They wanted to work in the weapon of choice for all accountants, which is Excel. Right. So so we started to work on a Microsoft Office 365 integration. And another ask for them was that it should be extremely easy for the candidates to use. They shouldn't require any account, or they shouldn't need to log in to their Office account, etc. So it should be extremely seamless for the users to work with. And as you can see here, the author here has provided me with a template, an Office file template. If I click on this one, I think I have blocked. Let's see. No, I think it's blocked by the conference call. It's really a shame. So, but I can explain it. So if you if this one hadn't been blocked, it would open Office 365. It would open Excel online, and I would be able to work directly in that file as a candidate during the exam. So everything that I do in that file will be automatically saved, just like you're used to in Office 365. You don't need to download anything. You don't need to have Office installed on your computer. It all works seamlessly. And I'll show you in a second how it would look like then for the marker, who would then be able to see the embedded response of the candidate. So this is it's a very exciting feature that we just launched a couple of months ago. And yeah, the final question here is again a mathematical question type, but this time consisting of 3 parts. So let me just hand in this exam. So now it's submitting my answers. And in this example here, I've chosen to show the feedback to the candidates directly after ended exam. So you can see that all of these question types are auto-scored, except for the Office 365. That needs to be human marked in the marking module in Cirrus. But we can look at the factorial, for example. You can see that it's I got full marks for this because I got it right the first time. And you can see in the, let me see, in the mathematical question type, you can see that the correct answer should have been 3, but 16 is mathematical correct. So I'm awarded partial marks for this question set here. So how would it look like for the marker? So since all of the auto-scored questions are fully auto-scored by the system, you as a marker don't need to do anything about those. But for the human mark question types, you will have to go in and mark them manually. So this is how it would look like for the marker who goes in and checks the answer to the student that has just submitted. You can see that the Office file here is embedded. They can see directly what the candidate has answered. They're able to mark it, potentially use rubrics or criteria-based marking to give extensive feedback to the candidate, etc. So this is a very exciting feature that we just launched a couple of months ago. If you are interested in reaching out to us, or if you want to know more about Cirrus, then please visit our website, and you can always send an email to info@cirrusassessment.com, and we would be happy to give you a more in-depth demo if you would like that. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Igard, thank you ever so much for that. I hope that it's clear to everybody. I'm just looking at the moment to see if our next session chair is available. I'm hoping he is before I introduce him. There are people coming on now. System works. Okay, so we're now up to our next session, Assessing Without Testing, and I'd like to welcome our chair for this session, Matt Wingfield. Matt is CEO of the eAssessment Association and is a very significant and well-respected history of working in the EdTech and eAssessment industries, and he's widely recognised for his breadth of knowledge and his ability to get things done, if I may say so.
That's very nice of you, Jeff.
Pleasure. Matt, and now that I've set you up to get things done, I shall now hand over to you to chair our second session of today, Assessing Without Testing, and leave everything in your very capable hands, and I will return back at the end of the session. Matt,
fantastic.
You
Thanks,
have the
Jeff.
floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us for this session. As Jeff said there, I'm Matt Wingfield. I'm Chief Executive of the eAssessment Association, and I'm delighted to be here hosting this session, which is going to be looking at the ability to assess students without the use of testing as we know it. And having had some conversations with the speakers in today's session about what they're going to be talking about, I'm really excited to hear more from them, and I hope you'll enjoy it too, because there's some really innovative thoughts that have been tried out through the projects that they're going to talk to us about. Now, the plan for today is that we're going to have each presenter. We've got 3 presenters will present in turn. They'll each have 15 minutes. If you do want to ask questions specifically to that presenter, please put them into the chat area, and I'll keep an eye out for those. And if we've got some time at the very end of their little slot, we'll put those questions to them. But then we're going to have a broader question and answer session after each of the three presenters have presented. So we'll circle back on any questions that we miss in the chat at that point. But without further ado, I'd like to hand the floor over to Nihal Sadek, who is from the Educational Testing Service in California. Nihal, it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us. And I'll pass the floor over to you. And I'll give you a little nudge when we're about 1 minute from the end of your session, just so you know where you are.
Sounds good, Matt. Thank you very much, Matt. And hello, everyone. Hello and welcome to our audience attending us live. I'd also like to welcome those of you watching us on YouTube in the recorded session. Let me just take a minute to share my slides before we start foretelling the future. I'm guessing that's why you're here. Okay. So my name is Nihal Sadek, and I work on the TOEFL IBT test at Educational Testing Service. Today I'll be talking to you about a topic that I'm very passionate about, and that many people have recently been interested in due to the interest in assessment for learning practices, hence the presence in this session, which is dynamic assessment. So today we will be talking about dynamic assessment. The information I share with you today is based on a study I conducted in 2011 as part of my work towards my PhD. But for the purpose of time, I'm just going to include the information that I believe is most important to you and skip the design and the methodology and so on. However, if you're interested in all those details, feel free to reach out. So in the next 15 minutes, I'm hoping we start by defining what dynamic assessment is. And a way of defining it is by defining what it's not. And a couple of terms that have usually been confused with dynamic assessment is formative assessment and scaffolding. We will then move on to discuss the two main models of dynamic assessment, which are the interventionist model and the interactionist models. And then I'll move on to the focus of my presentation today, which is proposing a hybrid model, which draws on the strength of both interventionist and interactionist models. We'll take a quick look at how to apply this model in your classroom, and more importantly, the tool that I developed and used for my study, which is the writing development rubric. And if you notice, I've changed the color of the word development, because this is not a writing rubric as many of us are used to. This is a writing development. So it's in a way addressing the development of a student's writing, not their performance on a piece of work. And finally, we will end with the benefits of this hybrid model and how it's different from regular classroom practices that are currently underway in our lessons. Okay, so what is dynamic assessment? There are many definitions of dynamic assessment. I've chosen a few of them here. Dynamic assessment is a process that simultaneously assesses and promotes development. So as you see here, it doesn't attempt just to assess information or knowledge or skills. It attempts to even promote those skills. And it's based on the Vygotsky's main principle, which is the zone of proximal development. And as many of us know, ZPD, or the zone of proximal development, is basically the distance between what a learner can do without help and what they can achieve with guidance or encouragement. And in the world of dynamic assessment, we refer to guidance of the teacher or the assessor as mediation. So that's a word you're going to be hearing me say a lot today. Another definition is that it assesses potential. So as you already, I hope you can see the difference here between dynamic assessment and other methods is this focus on promoting skills, on assessing what students can do if they're provided with a little bit of help. Again, here another definition focusing on the process as a teaching, testing, learning activity. And again, a collaborative venture. And that's something, again, I'd like you to take note of, that in this assessment model, it's not all the burden of the student, it's also the assessor or the teacher is part of that assessment process, hence the word dynamic assessment. And as I said, mediation is something very part and parcel of what dynamic assessment is all about. And basically, as we said, it's whatever form of assistance is provided by the mediator, the assessor, the teacher, whoever that person is. And it can range from being very explicit, or other way around, actually, from being very implicit help, like a probing question or just staring them in the eye, not in a scary way, to being very explicit, like providing the correct answer. And again, there is a shift from viewing assessment as a static performance of a student on a single exam to a fluid process. Another shift from the focus on the product of the assessment or the grade to be on the process of the assessment itself and the interaction between the assessor and the examiner and the examinee, and within that zone of proximal development. So now that I hope you have a better idea of what dynamic assessment is, I'd like us to compare that to a couple of other terms, which are formative assessment and scaffolding. As we all know, formative assessment does attempt at measuring progress. However, it does so at different points of time. So it's still, in a way, a static measure of performance, despite it being at different intervals of the course or syllabus. Whereas dynamic assessment, it's not a static measure of performance, it's a dynamic one. So we're closer with formative assessment because it takes place more than once, whereas it still happens in a single activity. Scaffolding, on the other hand, like dynamic assessment, relies on the concept of ZPD. Scaffolding also is, in a way, supportive of the learner. However, there is a main difference between dynamic assessment and scaffolding. And that basically revolves around the learner's role. In scaffolding, the focus is basically on task completion, on the student independently completing the product. Whereas in dynamic assessment, the focus is joint completion of the task. By joint, I'm referring here to the teacher and the student, the examiner and the examinee, balancing the authority and power of the teacher with that of the learner and the goal of the activity. So there's some sort of triangle here where we have the goal, the learner, and the teacher all collaborating. That takes us back to that initial definition of collaboration, all collaborating to complete the task, as opposed to scaffolding, where the student is given information in bits and pieces that build on each other. However, they're required to complete the task independently. So learner's role, I think, is what distinguishes dynamic assessment from many other assessment practices where the learner is an active agent in their process. Now we move on to the different models of dynamic assessment. There are basically two main models of dynamic assessment, what's referred to as interventionist models, and interactionist models. And this is the main format of the procedure of dynamic assessment. They basically test, or rather pre-test, then teach, and then retest. The interventionist model focuses on measurement. So I think this image here best exemplifies what this model is about. Students take a pretest, it's scored, the examiner takes a look at that, addresses the things they got wrong, they teach that, and then retest that same test, maybe in the same format or in a slightly different format, addressing the same skills, and see whether the skills have been transferred to the post-test or not. So the format is usually in the form of a pretest, intervention, be it in the form of teaching, and then post-test. Interactionist models, on the other hand, as the name implies, is less concerned with quantifying ability. The concern here is on the actual interaction that takes place between the examiner and the examinee. So there's an emphasis on the role of the examiner and the examinee and how these interactions promote second language learning. Now, most of the studies that were conducted on dynamic assessment in the second language learning world either adopted an interventionist model in their design or an interactionist model. My concern or my question was, can there be a model that I can apply in second language learning, here more specifically in writing, that builds on the strengths of both models, interventionist and interactionist, and that's where the hybrid dynamic assessment model came, and this is where it was born. So this is a figure that kind of gives you a snapshot of the characteristics of what a hybrid model of dynamic assessment would look like. From the interventionist model, I do want to keep the presence of a measurement component, because as we all know, whether be it in the classroom or outside, it's not yet time to get rid of grades altogether. Maybe the day will come, I doubt it, but at this point in time, we still rely on grades and measurement to relay information to stakeholders, whether that stakeholder is the student themselves, which I hope you're getting that from this model, or the parents, or any other, or the administration. So in this model, I'd like to keep that measurement component, but I also want to take that interaction between the mediator and the student and keep it within that model. So these are the two principles that I'm going to keep from both models. The role of the student in such a model would include that they request help from the mediator. So they initiate what they would like support in, what area, what language area they would like support in. They respond to the mediator during the interaction, and they negotiate area of focus. Again, another reference to the active role of the learner here. They don't have to, or at least in my study, they didn't just accept what I suggested that we mediate in a session. There were instances where there was pushback and actually negotiation of what area to focus on in a session. And I think that's a very positive thing. As for the mediator, they use different mediation strategies, and we'll take a look at some of those. As we said, they range from being very implicit to explicit. The mediator provides effective support. And I think that's a cornerstone of this interactional aspect of the model, providing effective support and encouragement, as well as grading student development. And that takes us back to the measurement component of this model, where we can actually grade development, not static performance. How do we apply this in the classroom? So in an initial session between the exam, this is one way, of course, in an initial, or how I applied it in my study. In an initial session between the examiner and the examinee, the examiner would introduce the hybrid model and would ask the student to discuss the challenges that they usually have with the skill that's being mediated, and this is, in this case, it's writing. So be it, again, there's academic writing, classroom writing, essay writing, whatever the skill is. I'd have to say you as a mediator or examiner have to practice active listening of what the students' concerns are in general. So nothing concrete happens in that initial session other than introducing the model and the tools, which we'll take a look at in a second. In the following sessions, in each of those following sessions, the session starts by negotiating the focus of the session, grading what's been mediated in a previous sessions using the rubric, and discussing a new problem that's in the paper, and then mediating that problem. That's
Nihal, sorry to interrupt
Sure.
you, but we've got a minute left.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Sure. So here's the rubric that that's been developed. It says the focus area, suggested mediator by the student, and what's been graded from before. This is what the rubric looks like. Focus area 1, no problems. Focus, of course, the rubric gets built across the different sessions, and then it includes examples. How is this rubric different from other rubrics? It's individualized, it's dynamic, because the number of rows in the rubric differ from one student to the other. This one-size-fits-all rubric doesn't apply here. In the second session, you'll have only 1 row. The third, you'll have 2, following whatever's been mediated. And we might all have similar ideas of what good writing looks like, but our starting points and the journey to becoming good writers is different. So again, how the benefits of hybrid dynamic assessment is that it includes the measurement component for development, comparing the now to the before. It involves interaction. It allows for different learning starting points, and it's individualized, and it engages learners in their own learning assessment processes, and therefore it improves autonomy and agency. You can take a look at this sample interaction later on when I share this PowerPoint with you. And just generally, I'm going to end my presentation by saying dynamic assessment has a potential even in the standardized testing world, and I do have some concrete ideas on how that could happen. And that's all for me in these quick 15 minutes, folks. Let's keep the conversation going. This is my email and LinkedIn profile. I hope this short presentation just gave you a quick idea of what dynamic assessment is and its potential. Thank you, and it's back to you, Matt.
Nihal, thank you very much. And I will join you, but my camera doesn't seem to be allowing it to come back on again. So at the moment, you can just hear me. Hopefully you'll see me in a second. I don't know whether, Brian, you can help me with that. But that was great. Thank you very much for that. There you go. My video is working again now. Perfect. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, really interesting topic. And we have had a couple of questions come through on the chat. So let me just bring those up in front of me again. So there's been a question around the reliability and validity of dynamic assessment. Is there anything that you could just add? We've got 2 minutes just to add a little bit about that before we move on.
Yeah, sure. I think in 2 minutes, I think reliability and validity basically mean what the purpose of dynamic assessment would be. So if you're using it for the correct purpose, it definitely would be valid and reliable. I don't like us to think of reliability and validity in terms of just numbers, huge stats, and so on. The move has been back to classroom assessment practices and not just generalizability. So for the purposes of classroom assessment, I think dynamic assessment would be very valid and reliable. In fact, more valid than rubrics that are static and used to assess everyone in the class in the same way.
Perfect. No, that's great. Thank you. And then one more quick question. There was a question about whether students are able to articulate their challenges. Do you want to
I think
talk?
that's a great question. And I would say that's dependent on the age. Maybe in children. By the way, dynamic assessment did start as a therapy model for students who have speech problems and so on. Maybe with younger learners, it might not be the case. However, I did use the students L1 in that first session at least. So don't be hesitant to use your students L1. Probably that will help them articulate their challenges, even if they don't use the jargon that you know, but you as a mediator will translate what they say the challenges are into what you know the jargon is.
Fantastic. Nihal, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Join us for the 10-minute Q&A at the end, but thank you for that presentation. At this point, I'm going to take us over to talk to Carlos. So Carlos Gonzalez-Campos is the Dean of Institutional Effectiveness and Accreditation at CETIS University in Mexico. And Carlos, whilst your camera is being re-enabled, it's great to have you here. I'm really looking forward to hearing about the work that you've been doing, which I know is with video, so it's all the more appropriate that we can now see you. So I'm going to pass over to you now. Again, I'll give you a little nudge a minute before the end of your 15 minutes. But Carlos, thank you very much again, and over to you.
Perfect, thank you, and welcome to everybody. And let me just move to share my screen here. And as Matt was saying, my topic is building community for effective remote assessment. And my name, Carlos Gonzalez. I'm a professor at our business and engineering colleges and Dean of Institutional Effectiveness and Accreditation, as Matt said, at CETIS Universidad in Mexico. We're based just south of California, about an hour south of San Diego. We have 3 campuses. We're a private nonprofit institution. So the context for what I'm sharing today. Learning, all of us as teachers, I think we agree that learning is personal. You know, when you're little, you try to eat up everything that you get your hands on, hopefully, but it's better when it's done together. And this is true, not just because we know it, but also because of personal experience. In my case, I've been trying to learn how to cook, and I've gone through recipes and other different ideas. And sometimes I get it right, that even my dog, which is not that picture, but even my dog wants some, and other times he doesn't even want to try it. But then I ask my colleagues that I know are good cooks for some tips and ideas. And there I learn how to change and improve what I'm doing. So learning is personal, but it's better when done together. Our students' learning benefits from us building community in the classroom, whether it's in person, online, remote, hybrid, or offline, because some of our students are unable sometimes to come to class. After teaching for 28 years, and 3 of those years online, I thought I knew how to do it. But you know, I was wrong. I had to be open to change to be a better teacher. So the challenge. Research shows that online instruction can be as effective as traditional. You know, this is just one example from 2010, but there are many studies that corroborate this. The question then becomes, can assessment be also as effective in online and other modalities? During 2020, and as we transition during 2021 towards 2022, I guess we can all agree that last year and some of this current year, our students felt like this guy, you know, frustrated. They had some challenges, whether there were connectivity issues, technology challenges, work, family related responsibilities, and other challenges as listed there. We as teachers, we had pressures from our provosts, deans, accreditors, authorities, and others. And sometimes we felt, you know, like this guy, you know, really tired, but trying to move forward. But as we transition toward 2022, I think we can all agree that our goal and our main mission is to guide our students toward what's going to happen once they graduate. and to help them see what comes after. And that's part of what we need to communicate to them during these challenging times. So 2 questions came to mind. How do I guide my students' learning in a remote teaching format? And how do I know they are learning, or if I need to make changes to what I'm doing? So the courses that I've taught and where I've applied this during the past year and a half are, I teach inferential statistics, I teach operations management, and I teach simulation, which basically takes a manufacturing line, an assembly or production line, takes the information, models it in a computer, and we try to make it better, to optimize it. So all of those 3 courses, they are, quite challenging. Some students are not happy to have to take a course like inferential statistics, but it's a required course. So it's not easy to assess students, especially on a remote format during the COVID pandemic. So a solution that I've been trying. So what about technology used in a remote class? I'm coming from an engineering background, but then other questions came to mind. Do all have access to technology? What challenges do they face? And this became true as I asked my students to share some of their work, and they would come on with their cell phone. Some would say, I don't have a computer, I'm with a friend. So there are some challenges. Most of my students have laptops, not all, but I think most, if not, I think all of them do have a cell phone, a good enough cell phone to take classes and to, do other stuff related to the class. So then this idea about using the cell phone in class came into being, guided by the 2 questions earlier. I went to our institution's library. I bought some books, newer than those that I share there. I listened to some podcasts, and there's a wealth of information there. I looked at some blogs, and again, they're not just for cute cats, but there's also a wealth of information to learn there. So I began using tools that are free for the .edu domain. I began recording some micro lectures, and then began recording some labs for my students, because back in April 2020, we all went remote, and my students, well, they weren't prepared for that setting, neither were we as teachers. But the question that kept guiding me is, how do I guide my students' learning in a remote teaching format? So I began to provide them with these short recordings as I learned to the different literature and recordings and podcasts that I had gone through. As time went by, I began to add some interactive slides and some interactive videos. And this came to be here are some examples. On the letter A down there, it's where I record some short lectures. And I get, on the tool that I'm using, I get to know how many students have seen the lecture. And then on the other picture, B1 and B2, I get to see and embed questions. And you can see on B2 that 1 out of 6 got it right. So it means that I need to change how I explain that topic. I can either use publicly available videos, or I can use my own videos. So the other question, how do I know they're learning, or if I need to make changes? And that's where, after some trial and error, I thought, well, perhaps I can also ask my students to video record what they're doing, not just from me as a professor. So the looks I got from my students are this: you want us to do what? Record what we're doing? Then they got to work, and suddenly, they got it. They did it first individually, and then they did it as teams, because I asked them to do it in groups so they could help each other as we were, continuing on the remote format, and asked them to do it. And it happened, like magic. Once they got it, they really got it. As I was reviewing their work, it came clear to me, like a jigsaw puzzle, that things started to fall in place. It wasn't just me providing them with video and assessing them through the video, but also that an unexpected learning community was being created. Because here we can see that I had 20 students on this course. And the first student that turned in his work at the bottom, he had 54 views. This is sort of like a bulletin board area where they post their videos and everybody else can see it, and they begin to learn. So because again, they're all remote. So it's becoming a community where they can see what their teammates or colleagues and classmates are doing and learn from it. You can see the last person that turned in their work, they only had 4 views because it's nearly at the end. This is from a master's class. So in conclusion, there are 4 results that came out of my students video recording their work. They came together in community. They dove deeper into the content. They saw value in the tools per the student evals, and it provided them with additional tools outside of class that they could use. That was on my students' side. And as a professor, it helped me get to know them better, thus creating community, not just teaching, but get to know them better because I asked them to share something of themselves at the start of class, and I get to see some aspects of their lives. It allows me to understand their struggles in class and see where I need to make changes so they understand. And it helped me to make sure that they've learned. So it's an effective assessment tool. It's one of many tools that I've been using, but it's something that's become really useful because I don't use time of class to have them share their presentations. This is done offline. They share their presentations. I ask my students to look at those, come up with a couple of questions and a couple of commendations. Then we come to class and we talk about what they saw, what they learned, what they can change from their work, and I allow them to change it so they aim for mastery. Building community for effective remote assessment was the initial goal, was the end, not the initial goal, but the end point where I ended up. I began, with the questions about how can I improve teaching and learning to communicate ever more complex concepts. Then I added video, which helped create the community, and that's where I ended up. But the tools do need to be used with a purpose. I've learned that I need to present, train, and convince my students to add video and use other tools. Once we pass the initial doubts, it's a game changer for learning. Some of the resources that I've used some, I've dropped others, and I'm constantly evolving. So I've taught for statistics, simulation, operations management, and again, for statistics and simulation, I began with the lecture and the students' work, the tools that I have there. I added the interactive slides on fall 2020, and then I added the assessment videos during spring 2021. So the tools are evolving, but I still need to, again, share with my students why we're using these tools and why they are important and how they help them with learning. As we move from 2021 towards 2022, I began with the 2 questions that I shared earlier, but now I'm thinking about, additional questions. What do I need to do and how can I improve to help my students reach their potential? And I hope this has been useful. Again, here are my contact information for email and for LinkedIn. And with that, Matt, I take it back to you.
That's fantastic. Perfect timing, Carlos. Thank you very much for doing that. And we've got some time for a couple of questions, if you don't mind. I think it's really interesting, the whole idea of introducing a different dynamic to the learning and assessment mode, if you like, through that the use of those videos and getting them to record videos to prove the learning journey that they've been on and where they've ended up. I think it is absolutely fascinating. One of the things that did strike me, and this is more of a statement than a question, but you might have some thoughts on it, is that in some sectors of the education market, mobile phones are banned. So I'm thinking of K-12 schools, that's quite often the case because they're seen as a distractor.
Mhm.
I don't know whether you've got any thoughts about how you overcome that challenge and help educators to have confidence in students' ability to use phones for a good purpose rather than as a distractor. I don't know whether you had any challenges like that yourself.
Yes, and definitely. I guess I kind of focus the presentation on the mobile technology, but again, it can also be used on the computer. I wanted to offer a tool that could be used for my students that didn't have a computer because either it was broken or a family member was using it, so they had to be on their phone. So I needed to think about equity and access and providing them to and asking them to video record whether they have the computer or not. So if you have in the K-12 sector, if they have a computer, well, then they can use it in that manner. It doesn't have to be on the phone.
And it's interesting that I know certainly here in the UK, we often get the argument from that K-12 sector that they don't have enough computers. And so you say, well, that's fine because mobile phones, they're very powerful these days, often more powerful than the computers that they have in schools. But then of course you hit the barrier that says, yeah, but we don't allow the students to use phones. And it sort of goes around in a cycle. But I think you're right. I think if it's focused on a specific purpose, then it can be a really effective tool. Carlos, thank you again. As I say, do hang around and join us at the Q&A session at the end. But at this point, I'd like to move to the third and final presenter. So thanks again, Carlos. So I'm really excited to hear more of the next presentation. There's a really nice segue between what Carlos was talking about around understanding the learning that's happened and what Louie is now going to talk to us about. So Louie describes himself as a curriculist, a STEM educator and a researcher from the University of Santo Tomas, all the way over in the Philippines. Thank you for staying up so late, Louie, because I know it's probably close to midnight now, gone midnight in the Philippines. So thank you for being with us. And again, I'll give you a little 1-minute nudge as we come towards the end of your time, but over to you.
Thank you so much, Matt, for that. Let me just share my slides quickly. Okay, just to verify, Matt, can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Louie. As Matt has mentioned, it's morning here. It just turned morning. It's about 12:15 in the morning. So magandang umaga po. Good morning to the Filipinos who are joining us in this wonderful conference. And just a brief background of myself. I am a core member of the University Center for Innovative Teaching and Educational Delivery. I also serve as a supervising teacher for science for pre-service teachers. And I'm a team leader for Capstone Learning Area for year 12. We are a comprehensive university. I come from Manila, the University of Santo Tomas. We are the oldest university in Asia, being established in 1611, and we call ourselves the Catholic University of the Philippines, having been given some titles of some kings and popes. We are about 50,000 strong in population, but this is a growing number since our university is also considering expansion to other campuses years from now. In terms of the senior high school, and perhaps that's where I will be coming from in the sharing, we are the largest senior high school located in one campus. So I come from the STEM strand, so much of what I'll be talking about would be situated in that. So allow me now to begin with this context. This is where I am coming from, and this is where schools in the Philippines are coming from. The last in-person class in the Philippines was held in March 2020, and there was no in-person class after that date. So even until now, remote teaching continues to be the mode of delivery for education, and students have to learn things remotely as well. So just to give a brief background as to that, we have in K-12 two modes that prevail. One would be online education, primarily using web conferences like this, and the other one would be modular instruction. So perhaps I'll talk about that a bit later. But this disparity in terms of access and the digital divide that exists within the country also exposed a lot of problems in terms of education, in terms of how can we deliver education better. Earlier, I was talking about modular instruction and the modules being prepared by the teachers, being collected by the parents, and being answered and gone through by the students. And then after a time, they go back to the school to return the modules and have the teachers see whether or not they understood the lesson. For a significant fragment of the population in the Philippines is working this way. But one of the problems that we see is that the parents are not trained and are not educated to assist their students to this modular learning. So that exposes also a lot of educational divide in terms of these students doing modular learning. And in terms of those doing online, the main problem would be connectivity. In the Philippines, we lack clear infrastructure that would support fast internet connection. So it's a common norm for students not to be able to open their cameras, not being able to attend classes because typhoons hit one part of the country and the signals are down. So this is really the state of education in the country now, which our leaders and our educators are trying to look into. Since the pandemic, about 27 million Filipino students have been affected by remote teaching and learning. And this is 2020-2021. And this year, a recent report would reveal that there's a 4 million number. So from this 27 million, only 24 million got to enroll back this school year. So that adds up to the 3.73 million out of school Filipino children. And I would also want to bring into the conversation the 2019 TIMSS report, which highlights about 69.5% of Filipino learners suffering from learning poverty. They cannot comprehend what they read. They cannot comprehend a simple story. Proficiency levels in science and mathematics, as compounded by the PISA results, reveal that we are lagging behind in terms of science and math proficiency. And allow me now to shift to the STEM perspective. Our STEM curriculum in the Philippines is not well defined as the other countries. The STEM education paradigm, for example, has not been well defined as to whether it's integrated, whether it's disciplinary. As of now, STEM, as we treat it in years 11 and 12, is highly disciplinary. So it's basically putting together these subjects that would make up STEM. So some mathematics courses and some science courses and some technology courses. Another characteristic of our curriculum would be it's congested. It's highly focused on content that there's hardly any time for teachers now to develop explicitly processed skills because they are implicit in the curriculum. Because of these contexts and realities, paper and pen and traditional testing has been prevalent, and it's the norm. If you ask them, students in the country, much of what they remember are their tests, their hard exams, so to speak. So I personally see a disconnect as to how STEM should be taught, how STEM should be nurtured, and how STEM is being assessed. So come this reality that distance education continues to be our non-optional mode of delivery of the curriculum. So we try to ask ourselves, how do we shift gears, and what paradigm of assessment must be used in STEM, particularly for years 11 to 12 in this time of a pandemic where remote teaching is still our reality. We've gone through literature and we saw that authentic assessment is one thing that's being demanded by this online distance education. But we also saw that there's the redevelopment of assessments into, allow me to quote, authentic assessments would require some form of complexity, negotiation, and shared vision. And perhaps that's where we started off as a team. And what I did was to be able now to communicate and share that vision with our school leaders that we are transitioning to this kind of assessment rather than the traditional paper and pen test. Take note, as of today, there's still traditional paper and pen test that prevails in most schools in the Philippines. So it really had, it took a lot of negotiating with our school leaders. How can we prove that this authentic assessment thing that we're doing is working? How can we prove that it's giving impact, and how can we prove that our students are learning? So when we looked at the literature and authentic assessment, we saw these things that we tried to identify our practice in terms of what's authentic. So first, real world setting. Authentic assessment calls for something that allows students to transfer their content and skill into real world problems and real world phenomena. Another controversial aspect that we read was hands-on. It needs to have some hands-on component. But of course, this hands-on is not simply being able to do something. I mean, like for example, in STEM, mathematics would not necessarily require some hands-on, but we operationalize what we mean by hands-on, but by being able now to connect to what's happening in the real world. So third component that we considered was the collaboration aspect. We talked about how students would collaborate with each other, and also we tried to design assessments in a way that is process oriented. There are no stages to the assessment and not just a one-shot deal towards the end. So we defined authentic assessment simply as something focusing on cognitive complexity and context. So perhaps the question that we answered after doing that is, can we do it? And how can we do it better? So our basic considerations were these three: connection, integration, and collaboration. Of course, we had to consider the variability in internet connectivity of our students in designing our STEM assessment tasks. Most of them did not require heavy use of the internet. So we had a mix of synchronous and asynchronous components to our asynchronous tasks to ensure that those who do not have internet connection can very well fare similar to those who have internet connection. Another thing that we did was to look at the integration. So one of the cases that made use of this authentic assessment initiative was a research class in STEM. And it's a very good opportunity for students now to appropriately integrate their content knowledge from the different STEM disciplines into one research project. So they're able now to tap on their interests and their content knowledge on, let's say, biology and chemistry to be able now to design, let's say, a water filter device. Some were designing some face masks. Some were designing solutions to problems they see every day. And the point of integration is very clear and seamless in that manner. And then the third one that you had to consider was collaboration. We had to, of course, adhere to literature saying that authentic assessment needs to find some space of collaboration between and among learners. And we had to make do. We had to also, again, go back to the connection issue and consider how can we make students collaborate better. So some were doing phone calls. Facebook Messenger was a big thing in terms of making our students collaborate in their authentic task. So I'd like to discuss briefly the process that we use. We use this PDSA process. So we did plan and brainstorm as a team. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of negotiation that we did with our superiors in order to elicit support for this initiative. And then we did try it out in our class. We did try it out in our class, and part of the trying out is we did a lot of reflection every step because we had to also analyze and study how the students are reacting to this authentic assessment, because it's something that's not so familiar to them. And then the last one that we did was to act and try to reform and revise the assessment the next time. So we've been running our authentic assessment initiative for 3 terms already. So most likely it has undergone this PDSA process for 3 times already. One of the things that I would like to underscore in this presentation is we learned that feedback matters. When you're doing authentic assessment, the timeliness of the feedback matters because the students are given the opportunity to still work on what needs to be improved on. And considering the variability in internet connection, teachers have to look for ways to be able now to harness the power of feedback, whether synchronously or asynchronously. And that leads me to my next point here on quality. I think I argue that there's a need to look into quality of feedback rather than quantity, because the kind of feedback that a teacher should be giving is something that's not just you're doing well, it's good, that's not following the guidelines. It should be very specific, and part of that specific feedback that you give to students would be also offering necessary help to reach out to students. How can I help you better? Can we schedule a conference to talk about this part of your project that you're doing? So in summary, allow me now to point at what we learned and how we plan to move forward. Of course, I did talk about our assessment process following the PDSA cycle. So we intend to do a PDSA every time we implement this authentic assessment. And what's actually interesting is that what the authentic assessment that we design and the rubrics that we design for each fragment of that authentic assessment evolve throughout the process. The PDSA process that we use in our authentic STEM assessment helped us become more reflective teachers and think about the process and value the process more than the output or the outcome that the students make. And perhaps if we have to talk about of our authentic STEM practice in our context and in our school, these are two things that we really consider. One would be the rigor, the cognitive complexity of the assessment vis-a-vis the learning outcomes. Part of the initiative also was to explore possible integrations with content areas so that rigor and cognitive complexity can be present. And then also, of course, we have to talk about relevance. How appropriate is our design of assessment in terms of considering the students' needs, interests, levels, and more importantly, contexts. So as I continuously have emphasized, we work on students having varying contexts. So we have to be able to design relevant assessment that considers these contexts of our students. So in summary, allow me to end my presentation with the lead question, the title of the presentation. We tried this initiative to do authentic assessment to answer the question, and like what Carlos has mentioned earlier, are my students really learning? Are our students really learning? So allow me now to answer that question.
Louie, just so you know, you have about a minute left.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I'm about to end. So just to answer that question, are they really learning? Allow me now to end my short presentation with saying that our attempt to do authentic assessment is a way of changing our ways. So we wouldn't know our students are learning if we never change our ways. In the COVID-19 pandemic and moving forward post-pandemic, we know now that being reflective teachers and allowing ourselves to journey into trying out new things and trying out unconventional ways of assessing students really helps us determine whether or not our students are learning, and it also helps us to move forward as teachers, as reflective teachers. Let's connect and maybe we can continue the conversation. These are my details. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks very much, Louie. That's really interesting and touched on a couple of things that I'm particularly passionate around getting collaboration and feedback and, as you say, timely and quality feedback into the assessment process, because I think that's so important to help understand what the student is thinking about. One very quick question for you before we come back as a panel. So it's a really interesting idea, authentic assessment. Do you think that it's got a place in large-scale summative assessments? Can large-scale summative assessments that happen around the world be more authentic in adopting the model that you outlined, or is that too much of a big step right now, do you think?
Yeah, to be honest, we in the Philippines, we're still subscribing to the thought of the large-scale standards assessments, and the traditional paper pen assessments would be our priority and our measure of whether or not our curriculum is working. But I do feel that now more and more schools with this COVID-19 pandemic, we are given the opportunity to play and innovate on our practices. And more than looking at what works and what doesn't, I think authentic assessment brings us back to our core on what matters in terms of student learning. And what matters is our students should be able to transfer what they know, what they have learned in school to real life context. And that addresses the disconnect that exists between. So I think we can all give it a shot, but it's not to fight head to head standards-based assessment, because I think the norm is still prevailing and the preference towards it is still there.
No, really thank you for that. Really useful thoughts on that. And I think you're right. It is the prevailing force. But I just want to extend that thought a little bit and just go to each of our two other panelists and ask the same question. So Nihal, if I come to you first, what about the role of dynamic assessment in that large-scale summative assessment arena? Is there a place for it, and is that something that you can see people trying to move more and more towards?
I really do. But as you said, it might not be a now or never approach. It's a step-by-step approach. So this current interest in assessment for learning practices has come back again, especially with the circumstances that we all had to face. That learning comes at the core of what we do. So back to standardized world, yes, I do think that the move will be towards quality feedback, tests that promote learning and not just measure it. And that's basically what dynamic assessment is. Practical ideas can be simply for dynamic assessment on standardized tests. If test takers don't get correct answers from the first time, if it's a multiple choice question, a pop-up screen with a hint can come up and help them take a question again and maybe not score it as people who got it from the first time did. So what I'm trying to say is there are very practical ways to doing this. It just takes the will of the whole educational community to want to do it. And I think the will has started to be there.
Yeah, and that will is something that is very difficult to achieve, isn't it? And takes
Across
time
cultures,
because exactly across cultures, across all of the different stakeholders, getting them on board to that change. It was one thing that you said, Carlos, coming to you in a minute, that in your presentation you had to get yourself to a point where you were open for change. And I think that's a critical thing, isn't it, in terms of this migrating of people and practice and cultures towards new ways of assessing things. So Carlos, in terms of the work that you were doing around using video as a mechanism to have a better understanding and insight into where the students were going, is that something that you could see as having relevance within large-scale summative assessments as well as within the more modular specialized assessments that you were doing?
I think it can go that way, especially if we're trying to do inter-rater reliability. In our case, we're 3 campuses, so it does help and provide with the different teachers to not just read the content of the product, but look at the student and see how poised they are, how secure they are, and whether they not only learn the content, but they can explain it. So I think it is a better, it's a complement, to what we're doing in the assessment world. But as I've said, it's challenging because we don't want to record ourselves, and our students don't want to record themselves. We want to look at videos, cute cats, but we don't want to see ourselves there.
Which is interesting, especially given that the culture, particularly within young people right now, with around TikTok and around Instagram, is all about them broadcasting their views to the world. But as soon as we bring them into the education space, they become less confident, don't they? And exactly. And I think it's an interesting parallel to how teachers often feel about technology, that teachers can be quite confident users of technology in their everyday lives. Online banking, online shopping is all much more prevalent these days. But when you try to get them to use technology in an education context, often there's nervousness because it's taken them out of their comfort zone. And I suppose that leads me on to what will have to be our last question, because we're getting close to the end of our session, which is about, many people who are watching this will be reflecting on the fact that all of these three approaches are really, really interesting and really have value to offer to the assessment space. But they'll be nervous about making that first step and applying it in their particular context, whether that's in a particular part of the education sector or in their particular organization. And I'd just like to close by maybe asking each of you to give what advice you'd give to those people in order to try and encourage them to take that first step. Louie, can I come to you first? Would that be all right? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Connection is going well.
Yeah, that's right. You're back.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Great. So, what advice can I give these people? Perhaps innovate. Don't be afraid to innovate. The COVID-19 pandemic made us all reflect of what we're doing and whether.
I think Louie's connection. Sorry, we're back again, Louie. It's all right. Don't worry.
Yeah. My bad. I think Carlos talked about being able to reflect on practices and being able now to improve year by year. And I think if we commit the same mistakes that we had pre-pandemic, we have not been reflective enough. So I think that goes a lot of ideas in terms of how we do assessment and how we try to also improve on our assessment practices. So let's not be afraid to innovate and reflect always.
And not be afraid to fail, because that is a big step, isn't it? Not being worried about failure. Thank you for that. Nihal, what was your
Sure.
thoughts?
I'm going to just build on that. I would say my advice would be to start small. And don't wait until what you think is perfect. We never achieve perfection. So if you have an idea, if you like any of the approaches that have been presented today, start applying them in your class or in your company on a very small scale, maybe with a task, with a peer, and then improve on what you start. It's that taking that first step, I think, that matters. And many of us delay that first step until we reach what we think is perfect. And I'm not a believer in that. I'm a believer of let's start, and perfection, or whatever close to perfection there is, will come as in the process itself. So get started on a small scale. That would be my advice.
Fantastic. I think that's really good advice. Thank you, Nihal, for that. And last but not least, Carlos, your thoughts on this?
Yes, I guess that, well, don't be afraid to fail. Things will not work the same. I'm teaching 2 sections of the same course, and I get different results from the tools. So don't be discouraged. Try, there's a personality to our students, and they will use the tools differently. So don't be afraid to fail, and to, as Nihal was saying, start small. And with Louie, I'm going to take his plan, do, check, act from industry, but now plan, do, study, and act to heart. And I would recommend that to everybody else.
No, I think it's a great methodology, and you learn all the way then as well, don't you? And it is really practicing what we preach when we're teaching about getting students to understand what they're doing and how to build on their mistakes. Listen, Louie, Nihal, Carlos, thank you so much for your contributions. I personally have found the discussion and your presentations really, really interesting. I hope the audience has too. And at this point, I'm going to pass back to Jeff. Jeff, thanks very much, and over to you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Thank you, everybody, for another splendid session. Really interesting, some of the things going on. Really interested to see from across the world, really, the efforts and issues that you're facing and overcoming, hopefully. Okay, we've reached the stage where we're just about to look at a video from our partners at eLearn magazine. We're absolutely delighted to be partnering over the last couple of Beyond Multiple Choice conferences with eLearn magazine. They've produced special issues dedicated to the previous conferences, and there will be one emerging from this as well. So we have a brief video from Simone, Conceição and Denise Doig from eLearn magazine, which we're going to play. We'll then take a short break, everybody, give you a chance to stretch the legs. We will be back at 1 o'clock Eastern time. That will be 5 o'clock London, 6 o'clock Berlin. And we have this afternoon, in a shortened session this afternoon, we have one more lightning demo, and then something which I really recommend you don't miss. That's our closing keynote from John Kleeman, ? And excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. And Gavin Cooney, that's better. And Gavin Cooney from Lunosity, two of the best CVs, I think, in the whole of the e-assessment industry, going back over many years, thinkers and achievers of the first note. And they've got some very interesting things to round off our conversations at our conference today. So don't miss that after the break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Here is getting published in eLearn magazine. And over to you, Simone.
Thank you for attending the Publishing for eLearn magazine webinar, facilitated by Simone Conceição and Denise Doig. I'm Simone Conceição, the editor-in-chief of eLearn magazine. I've been doing this for about 4 or 5 years before I was a member of the eLearn magazine editorial board. Denise?
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Doig. I work for the Association of Computing Machinery, also known as ACM. We are the publishers of eLearn magazine. I work alongside Simone to produce the publication, which is digital and open access. So everyone is open to reading it, and I'm looking forward to having this discussion with you all today.
Thank you. So today's session, we are going to give you an overview of the magazine, publication guidelines, the review process, and tips for publishing in eLearn magazine. Denise.
eLearn magazine is an online, open access, blind peer-reviewed magazine that's practical in nature. What that means is that our mission statement is where theory and practice meet. We produce articles that are useful not only for practitioners, but also for those who work in academia. Anyone can access the website and read our magazines on the site or through the ACM Digital Library. And our peer review process works the following way. Articles are reviewed by a team of editors who provide feedback on updates, changes, and edits.
Okay, the mission of eLearn magazine is to advance e-learning innovations, applications, and policy ideas that move the global conversation forward. So we welcome articles from all over the world in English, of course, but about any topic related to eLearn magazine. So the types of articles that we accept in the magazine are opinion articles, interview articles, original articles. You could do a review of a book, a software, or a conference. And we started doing special issues. We have had like 3 published special issues, and we are going to have a couple more next year. Anybody could, recommend or suggest, send in a proposal for a special issue related to eLearn topics. Denise.
So many of you are probably wondering why you should publish an article in eLearn magazine. The 5 things we'll talk about today are experience, exposure, resume building, opportunity to share ideas and practices, and opportunity to collaborate with others. I've been working on eLearn for about 12 years now in various capacities, and some of the most interesting people I've met through this magazine have either been authors or members of our editorial board. They span the gamut of people who work in academia, people who work in industry, people who are learning designers, also students as well. It gives you an experience to get your foot into the door of publishing for a magazine as opposed to an academic journal. We're very hands-on with working with authors to help them create their final product to go on the site that is something that can be engaged with by our readers, something that our readers want to read, and something that is well written. In terms of exposure, as I mentioned, it's an open access publication, so it's not behind a paywall. You do not have to be a subscriber to read it, so you are going to get a lot of eyes on your article. Resume building, that's self-explanatory. It can add to your resume and your CVs. Opportunities to share ideas and practice. As I mentioned, we serve both the academic and practitioner community. So you are going to be able to reach a wide variety of people that you may not reach day to day. And the opportunity to collaborate with others through the peer review process. You're working with a team of editors as well as reviewers that are all there to help you craft your article to get to that final stage for publication. Simone. Oh, this is still me. So facts about publishing in eLearn magazine. You don't have to be a published author. If you've never written before, that's not a problem. We're looking for people who are excited to work with us and who have really great ideas. You don't have to be a professional writer. The majority of people who write for us are not professional writers. We don't employ professional writers. ACM is a volunteer-driven society for people in computing sciences. Therefore, we work with people who are interested in the subject matter, but may not necessarily have a professional background in writing or journalism. You don't have to be a professor. As I mentioned, our readers, and as well as our board members, span the gamut of academia as well as industry. You don't have to have a fancy title. Articles are between 500 and 3,000 words. So if you think that you want to write a short opinion piece, maybe do a book review or conference review, or even expand that into a case study or a more research-focused article, the opportunity is there because we publish various types of articles on the website. And if you're an e-learning practitioner, this is a good chance for you to share your good work with a large audience of readers. So let's talk about tips for writing for eLearn magazine. This is something that I would say goes across the line for any publication. You need to allow yourself time in your schedule to write and rewrite. The peer review process with us means that once you submit the article, it's going to be initially reviewed, and then you'll get feedback from those reviewers. So you should have time in your schedule for rewrites as well. I would say about 60% off the top of my head of articles go through at least one round of revisions, sometimes 2 rounds of revisions. You want to write an article that's original and has not been previously published. So we want original content. You want to review the existing articles in the magazine to get an idea of tone and style. eLearn has been around since 2001. So that's 20 years of content that is openly accessible on our website for you to review. You can also search and navigate the site by topic. So if you are interested in designing for learning, you can look for all the articles that are within that silo of the magazine. And lastly, you want to adhere to writing guidelines as well as deadlines. We use a submission platform called ScholarOne Manuscript Central. So as an author, you will get emails from the system reminding you about deadlines such as when your revisions are due and things of that nature. So you have an idea of when to resubmit your article.
Okay, so how you get started in writing an article for the magazine. So you identify a topic, first of all. Remember, it has to be related to e-learning, online education, okay? It could be in any area, management, teaching, learning design. It could be a case study. It could be any, but it has to be e-learning. We do get topics that don't have anything to do with the magazine and they are immediately rejected. So make sure that your topic fits the magazine. Then you want to identify the type of article you would like to submit. So is this an opinion? Is this a review? Do you want to be part of a special issue? So think about what type of article you would like to submit. Then you want to review the guidelines, and they are in our website. Pretty easy. It's not very academic. It's academic. We want you to provide evidence of what your opinion. You cannot just give an opinion. You've got to have an opinion backed up by evidence. And our guidelines, it's not APA. You're going to see there is a specific kind of writing guideline for writing for the magazine. It's more conversational, but you still have to cite. And remember that editors want to see your work published. So do a good job the first time you submit. So ask somebody else to review what you wrote to make sure that it's clear and easily understandable. So you want to, while you're writing your article, you want to stay focused. Means you want to make sure that everything you read, there is a good flow. You want to write clearly and succinctly. You want to use appropriate grammar, sentence structure, and punctuation. If English is not your first language, get someone to review your article for you and give you feedback. And you want to use a consistent writing style throughout the article. And of course, follow the article guidelines according to ACM, eLearn magazine guidelines. So you want to, after you finish your first draft or second draft of your article, you want to review your work. Don't just write and submit. Put it aside 1 or 2 days, go back. You want to match the tone and the style of the magazine. Edit and proofread. And you want to use working, and update URLs. You can put URLs on your article, references and resources. You want to make sure that you are up to date. Again, read a couple of articles that have been published in the magazine before you start your own. So you follow the tone and style of the magazine. It's conversational, but at the same time, it is, it provides evidence. Denise.
So I'm going to talk briefly about the review process. As I mentioned previously, we use Scholar One Manuscript Central. So once an author submits their article to eLearn, the editor-in-chief reviews all of the submissions. If the submission is within scope of the magazine, it will be considered for review and assigned to an associate editor. The associate editor will then assign an article to at least 2 reviewers, sometimes 3. I want to make it clear when you are submitting, please make sure that your documents that you are submitting do not have your name on the article or any other identifying information about yourself, such as a biography. We will ask you for those things later on in the production process. So the associate editor recommends to reject, accept, do minor revisions or major revisions based on the feedback from reviewers. The associate editor also does make the decision based on if there are conflicts between 2 reviewers. The associate editor will sometimes decide themselves what the recommendation should be. If the author is asked to revise based on suggestions from the reviewers, a new deadline will be established. When the author submits the revision, the editors will review it. Again, it will go to the editor-in-chief, then the associate editor, as well as the reviewers. If it is then accepted, then the submission will be copy edited by myself and assigned a tentative date of publication.
So we publish between 2 and 4 articles a month, and they come into the queue. So points to consider when you write an article for eLearn magazine. So most articles require some sort of rewrite or revision. Very, very rare, there is an article that will come in and the editor-in-chief or the associate editor will approve that article immediately for publication. So there will always be some kind of revision. So do not be discouraged if you have to revise. It's a normal thing in any type of publication process. So you want to make the revisions that were requested, you want to resubmit your article, and you want to further revisions. I mean, after you submit your revisions, you may even have to revise again. That's normal. Sometimes people have to revise 2 or 3 times, and we'll continue. If we see the value and the relevance of the article, we'll ask for the author to make those revisions. if you follow all the guidelines and stick with the writing process through the revision steps, it's very likely that your article will be published in eLearn magazine. Most of the time, the articles that get rejected, they don't have anything to do with eLearn magazine, or the revisions did not meet the recommendations and went into different directions. But we work with authors to get their work published. So one of the things we're going to follow up with questions at a discussion area called Getting Published discussion. We'll also make the link available to you in the chat area. And if you have any questions about the process, what's going on, you may also put it in writing, or at the end of this presentation, we'll allow time for Q&A. So eLearn magazine is on social media. We have a Twitter account, which we constantly post published articles, so you might want to follow us. We are also in Facebook and LinkedIn. And of course, you can go directly to the site to check the articles, because the articles are available, are open access. You don't have to pay for being a member of the magazine. It's open access, blind review process. So I'm going to show you the magazine address here, and you will be able to
Hi, we seem to be having a technical problem. Wait for whether we can restart the video.
Jeff, we're going to shut it down for now. We'll be on break till 1.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, see everybody again in a few minutes with a really exciting session from Gavin, Cooney and John Kleeman as our closing keynotes. Don't miss that. And we'll see you in, actually in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello again. So my name is Maarten Jan. I'm with Procter Exam. We're just waiting, I think, for last few participants to join before we kick this off. So thank you for being here, and bear with us a couple of seconds.
Okay, thank you, Martin. This is Jeff here, just restarting everything off. We're just waiting for John O'Sullivan at the moment. John, are you there? Just waiting for John. And this will be our final lightning demonstration of the conference. I hope you've enjoyed seeing these real world examples of what the software is capable of and what the software can actually achieve nowadays. So some of the progress that's been made. And there we go. John is in. So without much further ado, I'm just going to introduce John O'Sullivan, CEO of Coelrind, who will take us through this lightning demo. After that, we'll go on to the final keynote address of the day, which both of these sessions really looking forward to. John, if you're okay to start, I will hand over to you.
Okay, I need screen sharing, Jeff. Okay.
Sorry, let me unmute. Yes, John, you should be able to share your screen through the share screen button at the bottom.
Yeah, I've got it now. Oh, okay. All right, thanks, Jeff. I'll speak quickly as this is the lightning demo. I'm going to introduce something about our company, about our core products, especially our assessment system. And then I'm going to hand over to one of our customers, led by Simon Titley from YMCA Awards, and one of our partners, Gabor Isfan from Procter Exam, go through a particular case study of how we dealt with the challenges faced during the pandemic. Okay. A brief history about Coelrind. We were spawned from a large e-learning company about 6-7 years ago. And we worked mainly in professional corporate learning. But 2014-15, we decided to focus on vocational assessment. And we spun out the core technologies, the learning management system, the assessment management system, and e-portfolio into a separate company. Primarily, we think we're unique in the sense we offer a turnkey solution to the vocational award sector of offering learning, assessment, portfolio, but also we have a background in educational consultancy, doing a lot of work overseas at the moment. Our strapline, essentially, we think, given our depth of experience, we're a proven low-risk supplier who has a deep understanding of all the technology and the standards that pervade in the sector. It's a sector that is rife with acronyms, as you can imagine. But we can offer a single turnkey solution, including portfolio assessment, learning, and today, obviously, with one of our partners, e-proctoring or remote proctoring. Okay, today we're going to be focusing on our assessment platform, XAMS, developed beginning of version 1 was 2013, and I'm version 4. This integrates adaptive testing, full support for paper, offline and online. And particularly at the moment, we're integrating, obviously, Procter Exam. Remote proctoring has become a very, very big thing in assessment, and adaptive testing. So we've remodeled the XMS delivery engine so it can do adaptive assessment and learning. And these are all products that are in the new version, version 4. Okay, so if anybody's interested in a much deeper demo, I'd be happy to give my details and follow on to Jeff, okay? I'd like to hand over to Simon at this point to talk through a particular case study from YMCA Awards. Thanks.
Wonderful, thanks, John. Yeah, so I'm just going to talk a bit about our journey into remote proctoring over the last about 18 months. So YMCA Awards is a endpoint assessment organisation and an awarding organisation in the UK. That basically means that we develop qualifications and apprenticeship products to assess learners to ensure that they can then enter employment. We first became aware of remote proctoring back probably around 2017. And this was when one of our training providers, a very large training provider, wanted to start assessing learners all around the country, and they were trying to reduce costs. We had some challenges in 2017 when this was first introduced. And so as an awarding organisation, we didn't really think it was going to be our bag. It wasn't something that we wanted to get involved in. However, as we started to set ourselves up as an endpoint assessment organisation, we realised that we were going to be assessing learners one at a time, in some cases in really far away locations from where we're based in London. And what we needed was a cost-effective solution which would enable us to complete those assessments in secure conditions. The solution to that was going back and looking at remote proctoring again. During COVID-19, we'd already started work with Coelrind to talk about how we could embed remote proctoring into our existing solution, which we purchased from them, their exam solution. And we'd started to do some work on exploring remote proctoring with Proctor Exam and some of the integrations that the XAMS product had with Proctor Exam. However, when the pandemic hit in March of last year, everything sort of changed. All of our priorities went out the window. And although we'd started thinking we're going to use remote proctoring for endpoint assessment, suddenly we had 20,000 learners who potentially wouldn't be able to complete their qualifications without assessments. 1,500 of those couldn't attend face-to-face assessments, and we had to have a fairly quick solution to get them through their qualifications so that they could start work. Otherwise, they would have been stranded for 9 months, waiting for training providers to reopen. Some of the benefits of the Proctor Exam solution has enabled us to assess learners, as I've said, who wouldn't have been able to complete their qualifications any other way. We found that it's enabled learners to continue with their study even if they can't complete the practical elements of their course. Their training providers can continue teaching them the theory. They can then do the exam. They can do that all remotely away from their training provider. And then as soon as their training provider is able to, they can create this capacity to complete the practical elements. We'd already seen over the last 5 years a transition of more blended learning, which is where learners start to complete more elements of their qualifications online. But the pandemic has meant that it's become a necessity. So it's sped up a trend that we were already seeing. One of the biggest, or the key challenges for us are that embedding a remote proctoring solution very quickly, although we were familiar with the technology and we had some ideas of the things to look out for, learners always tend to surprise you. They can never cease to amaze you with some of the things that they do when they turn up for assessment. And so because our qualifications are primarily in fitness, we've had learners turning up in a state of undress. So they turn up in their underwear to do exams. They'll eat, they'll drink, they'll smoke throughout the courses. They have a tendency to talk to whatever is in the room, even if that's a pet. And they are all challenges that we've been able to overcome with the Proctor Exam solution. And that's because the way the Proctor Exam works is that the learner sets up one device where they complete an on-screen assessment. The technology enables us to see the screen so we can see what the learner's doing on their device. The front-facing webcam gives us a view of the learner front on, as I am right now. And then we also have the learner position a mobile phone to their side, and that enables us to see their desk and all of their surrounding areas. Because it's a complete view, the learners, first of all, they're deterred from doing anything else. They know that they're being watched, but also it's enabled us to see things that we wouldn't have been able to see otherwise. In one case, we've identified a case of malpractice where a learner had snuck some notes underneath their laptop and they were just pulling them out every so often to check their answers. And that wouldn't have been possible without the proctor exam solution. I think, John, that's me.
Okay, thanks, Simon. That was a very vivid story you just told there. I'm just going to hand over to Gabor, and you can explain how proctor exam and our integration on XS has enabled that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm the account manager of Coelrind, and I'd like to say thank you for John and Simon to start this presentation. I would like to talk about the last 18 months. We see a huge transition from the traditional way to a hybrid model of exam taking because of the pandemic. And we see that it is beneficial because it is more cost efficient, and test takers are able to take exams from anywhere in the world, regardless of where the our clients are based. We see that there is constant talks about the integrity of policies around exam taking, but we are successfully tackling these by facilitating different solutions, such as it was mentioned by Simon before, our dual camera view that allows us to have a 360 view on the test taker, but also capturing the screen at the same time. So we have 3 streams of the exam taker. We also provide human proctoring and reviewing services on the top of that. And not only that, but also prior to the exam, there is possibility for the test taker to scan the room and the surrounding area where they take the test. And we also do ID check. And we also provide integration with different LMS platforms and other sort of integrations as well. That is just in a nutshell, and we are more than happy to answer any questions after this. And thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thanks, Gabor. Like I said, the particular technology that proctor exam offered YMCA and us was this 360-degree view and the third device, which meant we could have ultimate assurance that we could be watching the students take the exam in a secure manner. This is particularly important with students who are doing it on record and review. It's not less of a problem with live proctoring, but record and review, we find the third device, the mobile camera, to be particularly useful.
John, there's a question from Walter about whether or not it's expected the candidates provide the necessary camera equipment. And so from my personal experience, yes, we do. We have notified learners in advance that they're going to need a laptop device and they're going to need a mobile phone. We haven't had that many cases where it's not been possible. Because we work with training providers and employers, we've always been able to overcome that, because if the learner doesn't have their own device, they've been able to borrow one for the duration of the assessment.
Yeah. Now, we found very March 2020, a lot of people were using laptops and weren't really aware how their webcam worked. I mean, people were comfortable using their mobile phone and the camera on it, but a lot of people, especially in corporate environments, weren't using technologies like proctor exam, Zoom, Google Meet as much as they did. But over the 6 months, it became ubiquitous, and we had less and less issues around the technical issues around getting webcams and microphones to work. Oh, Simon, that's probably that's a very good question, actually. Yeah. So, what pushback do you get from candidates when they're told to take responsibility for their exam environment?
So it's a really difficult question to answer. We've had to reflect and review a lot of our guidance to learners, and over the last 18 months, we've adjusted it every time something new's come up. The approach that we've taken originally was very hardline, in that here's the guidance, you must make sure that you're following this to the letter. It's not always that simple. And so, yes, we had learners come back to us and say, oh, we think you're being really unfair here. You've said I'm cheating, but I'm talking to the dog. It's clear I'm talking to the dog. And then we've had to go back and think about, well, we did tell you not to talk in the assessment. It's been challenging. ultimately, we've worked with our training providers to ensure that learners are as prepared for a remote proctored session as possible. And that has, as I said earlier, it's been a steep learning curve. We've had to do a lot of work with our training providers to support them in ensuring that learners turn up to assessments in a state that is going to minimize the risk of their assessment being invalidated.
Yeah, and obviously a big responsibility for students is the good Wi-Fi, and that can vary a lot within a household, on a time of day, other people in the house downloading, that kind of thing. So there is always an element of uncertainty with the students in terms of how they set up. But one of the processes we go through with YMCA proctor exam is the students get a dry run at that at least 48 hours before a test is taken. So most students have generally sorted out their technical issues by the time they take the exam.
So Donald's got a question about whether or not the cameras are reviewed by people.
Well,
or
at the moment, this is probably a question for, at the moment it's all reviewed by people, but I know proctor exam are looking at AI or AI facilitation, but at the moment it's all done by proctors or reviewers. Some of our YMCA do their own reviewing, don't you, Simon?
Yes,
Yeah.
we do. We've got our team go through everything to check that we're happy. I think that's partly because we're heavily regulated in the UK, and so it's just making sure that we're comfortable that we're meeting our regulatory requirements. However, I know that Proctor Exam and Coelrind offer other services, which would mean that I didn't have to do that.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Gabor, is that you are looking at artificial intelligence, aren't you? Not sort of stage that is in terms of being released, but are you prepared to speak to that?
Oh yeah, we are indeed actively developing on our AI and feeding the AI millions of videos, in fact, to provide a better solution. But we always like to mention that it is better to have a human touch. And therefore, the best practice, we think, is to use AI and then just to be sure, double check the outcome of the reviews, because the technology is just not there yet. But of course, it is getting better and better as we speak. It's teaching itself as it is an AI solution. And I like to add to that, to the reviewers, that the instructions might be customized. So you can all have your own customized instructions to the reviewers, and therefore the outcome of the review can be as interpreted as you like.
Can I jump in here, John, for a second to elaborate a little bit on the different reviewing options that we as Proctor Exam offer? Because Simon, you mentioned that we have a couple of options there. So there is record and review, where we record the session, and then afterwards the session is reviewed, and then we provide a report that shows potential breaches, so potential dishonesty from the student, so to speak. And then it would be on the exam, well, the organization that provides the exam to review it and see, okay, has this actually been a breach of integrity, or is this behavior from the student correct? So that's one option, and the other option would be live proctoring, where somebody would sit in live in the session to review while the student is taking the exam. The ratio there, because that's usually a question that we get, the ratio there is that it's around 1 in 6, so 1 proctor for 6 candidates.
Yeah.
So those are the two options that we offer as Proctor Exam.
Yeah, and one of the things that is important for Simon is the ID check. In terms of regulated exams, it's very important that there's a proper ID check, and I'm not sure AI can do that properly at the moment. So it's all of the ID checks in our setup are done by humans, and that's in terms of regulated exams, that's really important. Okay. Right, I think we've got a minute to go. Has anybody got any old questions, or shall we draw it to a close? Like I said, I'll in our slides, I'll send through a kind of access to a video with an overview of XMS, but if anybody's interested, we'd be more than happy to give you a longer demo of our core products at your convenience, okay?
Okay, it's Jeff coming back in now. Thank you ever so much, John. Thank you ever so much, everybody, for another really fascinating glimpse. Much appreciated, and thanks to Coelrind and indeed all our sponsors for helping to make the conference a thing. And so we come to the keynote closing session of the conference. Before we run that, we've got a couple of poll questions which we've been asked to get some information from everybody. And I was wondering, looking to Brian, if he's ready to run the first of those. What we'll do is we'll put the question up for about 30 seconds to a minute, give you a chance to respond, and then we'll run the second question, and we'll try and review those when we give access to everybody in the catch-up sessions when we publish the videos of the conference. So first question then, are your assessments designed with accessibility in mind? Single choice, yes or no. So just ask you if you could just respond. I'm not allowed to respond. Hosts and panelists can't vote, but everybody else can. So ask you if you could just do a response to that. Are your assessments designed with accessibility in mind? Oh, now, isn't that encouraging? I think 82% slightly surprises me. Well done, brilliant. That's great. And second question, please, Brian. Are you including the following question types in your assessments? The old-fashioned multiple choice questions, situational judgment, performance-based assessment types, observational, none of the above. Interested in whether any of these are currently in your portfolio? We'll just give you 30 seconds or so to answer that. Your input much appreciated. There you are. Interesting, isn't it? Good response, which we shall think about now in great depth, and hopefully that will help inform future conferences as well. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over for our final keynote address. I jokingly said to Gavin and John before this that the universe may have started a big bang, but this conference is going to end with a big bang, with John Kleeman and Gavin Cooney doing a joint presentation as our closing keynote. For those of you that are not aware, John Kleeman's founder of Question Mark, a graduate of Trinity College, Cambridge, a chartered engineer and a certified information privacy professional. He wrote the first version of Question Mark software back in 1988. He was in the business even before I was. Well, amazing. And he market and develop and support it, he set up Question Mark. He's heavily been involved with assessment management software over more than 30 years, and he's a director of the Association of Test Publishers, and is their 2021 chairperson. Gavin Cooney is CEO and co-founder of Learnosity, where he still talks about the company he helped build over a decade ago and the industry in which he works with an infectious zeal. I think that's fair to say. Apparently one of Gavin's passions is karaoke, so I'm not quite sure what to expect now as Gavin and John give us our closing keynote on closing the assessment excellence gap. Over to you, John and Gavin.
I promise not to do any karaoke, although I am in New York at the moment, so it is my favorite thing to do when I'm here. And great to see you, Jeff, as well. You're the I was saying to you before, the first conference I ever spoke at was with you about 14 years ago. I was just a boy, so it's kind of great to be back. So with that, John, go ahead.
So welcome everybody. We're going to be talking about closing the assessment excellence gap, a little bit about why digital assessment is so important, why it's perhaps hard and there's a gap there, and also why inclusivity is so important. So we've got a slide introducing ourselves, but Jeff's done that really well for us. So thank you. But one thing that's worth mentioning is that Learnosity acquired ? A few months ago, and we're really excited to be working together, Gavin and me, and all the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, and just a little bit about Learnosity. Learnosity is kind of the biggest player in the space you've never kind of heard of. We power a bunch of other people's assessment products. We're an API that powers other people's products. And yeah, we did the deal with ? A little while ago. And I'm super excited to be working with John, who's a bit of an industry legend. So I'm only a blow in. So with that, a little bit about the company. We're powering about 750 customers. 150 of those are Learnosity, and the rest being ? We've about 40 million learners. Together, we've just an unmatched kind of investment in what we've done here. About 1.5 million developer hours and counting over the years. And last year, the calendar year, we did 17 point. It's the financial year. We did a 17.3 billion questions. That's billions with a B, which is just a phenomenal number. About 50 different question types, and we're just globally delivering. So with that experience, we thought we a couple of things to say here, and we'll bring you through some of that. So firstly, we have this manifesto in the company, and it's something I think John very much bought into and was very excited to work with us. The idea really is that we believe, at a fundamental level, we believe that education is a human right, and access to it has to be inclusive, equitable, and accessible. And it comes down to the mission of the company. The mission is to improve educational learning, to do that worldwide, and to do it using the best-in-class technology. Frankly, the biggest contribution I can make to society to do with my life was to try to up the game in educational learning. I thought it was the most important thing I could possibly do. And I could do that given the skills I had, and that was the technology piece. We run the business through the lens of some values. Core to them are to do the right thing by our partners, by students, by our employees, to aim higher and tackle big challenges. And we certainly do tackle some of the big technical challenges and do very well at that. And we believe that success is better shared, and we can win by working together.
Thank you. And the fact that education is a human right didn't just get invented by Learnosity. This is part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that came out just after the Second World War from the United Nations, and that everybody has the right to work and to free choice of employment as well. And both Gavin and I founded our companies differently with the same kind of objective, that we wanted to help make the world a better place through education and assessment. So it's worked out very well that we're working together. And we've just got a quote here from Nelson Mandela, which I think is a great qualitative description of education, that education is a great engine of personal development. It's through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, and a child of farm workers can become the president of a great nation. And I think that is the potential here, and that's a sort of qualitative view. And on the left, we have a kind of more quantitative view. This is a graph showing that as the numbers of years of schooling have increased, so have the cognitive skills of the population. But although it is true that education empowers learning and the value of people's skills and lives, this graph from the World Bank is really very interesting, because you can have schooling without learning. You can attend learning, but not learn useful skills. And the graph here on the right, and this is all from the World Bank report, Learning to Realize Education's Promise. And there are various links in these slides. The slides we've made available to the organizers, and they'll make available to you, or ping either Gavin or me if you want a copy of them. The slide on the right shows a slow growth of GDP correlating with the number of years of schooling. So education does provide a benefit. But the graph on the left shows how test scores correlate with GDP per capita growth, and as you can see, it's much steeper. And what the World Bank report suggests is that information from assessments creates incentives for improvements. Essentially, what gets measured gets managed, and assessments give parents, teachers, managers, and students the data to make those changes. So although there's alarm about too much testing in some countries, the World Bank suggests that in most places there's too little testing.
And look, we're here to talk today about what we call the assessment excellence gap. It's what has changed over the last few years since we've been doing this. It was that you could kind of have assessment here and learning here, two different systems, two different logins, like kind of siloed. And that's not the case anymore. Increasingly, we're seeing a blurring of lines between learning and assessment. And we're seeing a lot of assessment embedded into learning. And that experience has completely changed. It was, especially when I started, there was a lot of just multiple choice. And now it's just not acceptable, really, just to have multiple choice anymore. You need much more technology enhanced items. You need more math when applicable. We need more authentic assessments, audio, videos, and so on. It was that you could have a periodic kind of once a semester or once a year assessment. And now it's much more continuous. Devices is something we're going to talk about a fair bit today. You used to have kind of controlled environments, a lot of Windows machines and so on. And now it's uncontrolled, certainly in my world, it's uncontrolled. There's a lot of mobile, there's varying operating systems. Instruction approach has changed from being static to being more adaptive. Analytics was kind of more manual and now it needs to be automated. And accessibility, again, we're going to lean into this quite a bit, used to be kind of the exception, unfortunately. And now it's a regulatory requirement. We're seeing it in there's a lot of laws coming out of it. It's a commercial imperative because of that regulatory requirement. We're seeing it in all the RFPs and all the tenders. And it's always been a kind of moral imperative, but it's here now. And it's absolutely necessary to have any kind of product in this space.
And what we're seeing, and I imagine many of you are seeing as well, is a big rise in the amount of digital learning. This is a graph showing the expected rise in the market over the next 5 or 6 years, almost tripling. And I'm sure you're seeing this as well. Innovations happening worldwide. People are moving from print to digital. The barriers to entry are low. If you've got a clever idea about digital education, you can make it happen. Also, internet bandwidth is rising. People, especially because of COVID, are learning across borders. And there is a universal thirst for learning, and digital allows it to be personalized. The old model of 30 people in a room with a blackboard is not the future of education and is gradually changing from being the present. And we thought we'd show you a graph of internet users and access. And this graph, I think, shows two things. Firstly, it shows that in a lot of countries in the developed world, there is a very broad internet access, and that digital education is therefore viable. But it also shows that we have an inclusivity challenge, because even in the most developed countries in the world, there isn't 100% internet access, and so we do need to think around that. Over to Gavin, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the Lunosity statistics.
Yeah, so we know that the pandemic has supercharged all of these things, and I think there's a point of no return that we've come to here in digital learning and digital assessment and so on. And I'll show you a little bit about our experience. So we come along, we have, a lot of users, right? But there's a certain pattern to them. Generally, what we have little usage over the summer. A lot of our customers are in the academic space. They're in the Northern Hemisphere. So the summer is fairly low. End of August, start of September, it's a huge rise. And that sustains generally for September, October into November. Then November, It's kind of Thanksgiving, lower numbers, Christmas kind of lower numbers, New Year's, and then it goes back up at a steady kind of pace the whole way, January, February, March, April, and then starts dropping off fairly dramatically from about May onwards. We also see a pattern of the new users that we've never seen before, users who haven't logged in. So you look at 2018 there, you know, in a good week in September or in January, February, you've kind of got 500,000 students logging in. In 2019, we had up to about 1 million students logging in, and you know, a steady stream then of people reusing the system throughout the year. They've logged in September, October, and they're reusing it then throughout the year. And then you had 2020, which was a kind of a remarkably different year. Goes along as normal. And then when COVID hits and lockdown happens, we have, you know, 1 million users logging in that first week. We have a drop off over the summer as expected. And then the back to school was phenomenal. So we have 3.5 million users per week in that back to school in 2020. I see that as a sea change. I see that as something that's not going to change. We're not going back from that. We're not going back to the usage patterns of what it was before. The other thing we've noticed is a lot more assessments. So before we'd sell 100,000 users to some school district in Texas. Now we know that certain users are not going to log in. Teachers are not going to provision to students. Students aren't going to do their homework, and so on. And we're going to expect probably half the students to kind of log in, you know, in 2018, 2019. Then what happened was COVID happened, and the usage pattern completely changed. One, when you sell 100,000 students, they nearly all, like 98,000 of them will log in because it's the only way they're doing their assessments, the only way they're doing the learning. And two is the usage pattern change, where they might have logged in once a week, once a fortnight. Now, during COVID, it was like 3 hours a day, just banging out more and more assessments all the time. And that pattern, I think, is just a thing of beauty. Here's something in the changing environment here. Look, in 2012, you had 80% of our usage on Windows. And from nowhere, the Chrome OS comes out, and by 2019 is doing the majority of the traffic. And that's in 57%. And I showed it again, but Chrome OS, Chromebooks came from nowhere, sold extremely well in K-12, extremely well in the US. And they're kind of dominating it. They're even more prevalent now. But I guess the point I'm making here is this uncontrolled environment. If you've built your thing for Windows or something like that, you're kind of doomed. It needs to be, you don't really know what the environment's going to be and how quickly the next bit of hardware will come through. So I would have thought, without seeing these figures, you would have thought iPads or iPhones and stuff were much bigger. Chromebooks is the only game in town when it comes to K-12 in education. But look, assessment is critical for learning. You need to measure the engagement of students. You need to measure the content performance. You need to measure outcomes. There's lots of those things. But ultimately, whatever you're trying to teach, whatever you're trying to improve, you measure it first. If you're trying to improve your golf score, how good you are at golf, what you do is the first thing you do is you count the swings you take on a golf course. If you want to be fitter, if you want to be a better runner, the first thing you do is you start counting how long it takes you to run a mile or a kilometer, and you measure that and you keep it measured. So it's just a massively important part of the learning experience, especially in that kind of siloed, continuous, blended environment that we're talking about. John.
Yeah. But in order to do digital assessment, so digital assessment gives you all these huge benefits, but you have to do all the things on this screen, or almost all the things on this screen. And I'm sure all of you are involved in digital assessment yourself can recognize this. You need to do security. You need to deal with multilingual, right to left, connectivity, backup. I won't read all the things on the screen, but people outside the industry might think it's easy, but I'm sure that lots of you who are in the industry know that it's hard. And the thing is, expectations are rising. So you need to do all this well, however you're doing it. We could go to the next slide. We really want to applaud the title of this conference, Beyond Multiple Choice, because the truth is a lot of questions out there are knowledge recall questions. They're really easy to write, and often they're multiple choice questions, but real world skills and job skills are all about understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, or creating. This is the Bloom's taxonomy here. And although you can ask these high level questions with multiple choice, it's much easier to do so with different question types. And so we would certainly encourage everybody to be moving beyond multiple choice. Gavin, do you want to share some? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I know we're pushing for time, John. So last year we delivered 17.3 billion questions in the year, and the great news here is, going back to the title of the conference, like John was, we've gone beyond multiple choice. 58% of the questions we delivered were rich questions, and multiple choice in our world means, there's a couple of different ones: single select and choice matrix and a few things. But rich questions, we've delivered 1.17 billion essay questions, 1.7 billion auto-scored math questions, 160 million audio questions, 40 million video, 90 million file uploads. And some of those questions are more recent questions that need to be kind of authored and enter into a few of our clients' systems and kind of come out the other end. But I think it's really great to see that kind of majority not being multiple choice, which is it's a tipping point that the industry needs. So we're going to talk a bit more about inclusiveness, and we're going to lean into that kind of accessibility section.
Yeah. And so, as I'm sure you all realize and know, as well as us, fairness and inclusivity in assessment do not come automatically. Ever since ancient China, the idea of assessment has been to enable opportunity and meritocracy, but the reality isn't always like that. And I think a guiding light is this great quote from the American philosopher Rawls: those with similar abilities and skills should have similar life chances. And that's really what I think we should be about. And in this presentation, really our call to action to you is to try and make assessments inclusive. One way or another, whether you're a user or a vendor, let's reach out to people. And we included this picture of Afghanistan for 3 reasons. Firstly, it's quite poignant because this is a picture of ladies taking tests in Afghanistan, and unfortunately they probably won't be doing that next year. Secondly, it shows some of the challenges of taking digital assessment out to the wider world. And thirdly, it really just shows the thirst of life chances. People are prepared to go out and sit in a field and take an assessment to try and further their life.
This is a slide kind of close to home, literally, right? So a bit of background here. I'm going to talk about the Irish education system for a minute. So a bit of background. We have a state examination in Ireland. That's about, you usually do 6 to 8 subjects. 6 of them you get points for, and it's done on paper. It's graded remotely and anonymously. And it's as objective as a score you're going to get. So broadly speaking, the maximum points is 600, and getting no grade in 6 subjects is 0. And then you use those points to get into university. It doesn't matter who you know, it doesn't matter what scholarship you're on, it doesn't matter whatever. You get into university based on a kind of an auction system on these points. So it's a very, very important examination called the Leaving Cert. Now, then there's what I'm going to show here is a correlation between points in the Leaving Cert in Dublin compared to a socioeconomic score of a neighbourhood. So on the y-axis, you have the points in the Leaving Cert. On the x-axis, you have this kind of socioeconomic score, a mean small area deprivation score, basically how rich or poor a neighbourhood is. Now, the interactive version of this is on the Higher Education Authority's website. I think it's fascinating. I've selected Dublin because I know the suburbs really, really well. And what you're going to see is in the top right-hand corner, you have wealthy, upper class, good schools, and well-known neighbourhoods in the south of Dublin generally. On the bottom left, you have working class neighbourhoods. We've got poor schools, and they're generally in the west and the north of Dublin. And if you're an Irish person, you'll recognise the suburbs names really, really well. But that's unbelievably direct correlation between wealth and achievement in these high school exams is absolutely sinful as far as I'm concerned. That's kind of why we started the company and what the manifesto is all about. It's the idea that education can be a leveler here, should be a leveler, and education technology is what that enabler is, and that's what the mission of the company is to kind of, it's to level it off, to give equal opportunities to those students in the working class neighborhoods. There's no reason on earth that there should be this line here. It's kind of a disgrace, to be honest with you.
So unfortunately, the evidence from admissions testing around the world is that admissions tests often correlate with wealthier, richer areas. I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail because we started a little late, but there's a couple of studies, one in France and one in Australia, and in both cases, written tests discriminated against people from rural areas, people from poorer areas, and in some cases favored men. And of course, you'll be familiar with what's happening in the US, where there's criticism of the SAT and the ACT for similar things. And so I think partly this is education, partly this is assessment. But also people tend to think that perhaps disability or other issues are very small, relatively small numbers of people, but amazingly 26% of adults in the US have some kind of disability, and 14% of public school students in the US receive special services under the Disabilities Act. So although it is a minority of people who are disabled, it's not a tiny minority. And also, if you go to the next slide, Gavin, the people who don't speak a native language, I think we all tend to sometimes forget those when we're writing assessments. So in the US, nearly over 20% of US residents speak a foreign language at home. And although a lot of that is Spanish, there are over 1 million people who speak Arabic or Korean or Chinese or French or Vietnamese or Tagalog at home. And the OECD has done a report which suggests that around 12% of adults in their countries are non-native speakers, and also that they tend to do less well in their skills tests that they produce. And about half of that difference in performance relates to the language the tests are in. So I think we need to think how fair and inclusive it is to assume that all test takers are native language speakers, and that really applies to most of us. So inclusivity involves a myriad of different decisions, and more than are just shown on this slide, but here are some of them. So we'll talk in a moment about some of the accessibility issues we've talked already about devices, and clearly if you just aim for the rich, expensive devices, you're going to penalize people in poorer neighborhoods. There's the language issue. There's a whole issue of proctoring, which has already been covered in other sessions at the conference. There is tax anxiety. We all know people who are very good in life, but don't find tests very easy or get very worried about tests. There are connectivity issues, and we need to avoid cultural bias and stereotyping. So there's a lot to do with inclusivity, and it's a journey, and I encourage all of us to be taking it.
So we're going to talk next about some of the practical steps we're taking to make products and assessments accessible. So first thing is testing everything for colorblind and low vision users. So you test everything in grayscale. You need to cater for different color blindness variants. So in our system, for example, the user can set, I want a green background and red text, or whatever combination suits them best, and change the font size and so on. You can't have any information conveyed only with color. It's a natural thing to say, oh, green is correct and red is incorrect. Well, actually, if you've got a green-red color blindness, you can't see that. So you need to kind of, green is a tick, as well as like, correct is a tick, as well as being green. Incorrect is an X, as well as being incorrect and red. So the idea being there that you don't convey information just with color. And you need to set those colors as well, different highlight colors and so on by question. You can't have a blue highlight on a hotspot question if the background image of the image is blue, for example. So it needs to be all kind of configurable. Second thing is keyboard stuff. So a lot of users who have accessibility issues are web users. They use it all the time, and they spend their days tabbing through and using websites in a certain way. It's interesting, my business partner and I actually met at a web standards group advocating for these kind of accessibility changes. It goes to 20 years ago. So we've been at this for a while. So everything needs to be kind of keyboard navigable It needs to be intuitive, and they shouldn't need to learn your system. They should be able to use it like they use a bunch of other things, and it shouldn't be non-standard. Screen readers, there's a bunch of them, and you obviously need to test with them. But what we've discovered is, blind users, for example, who need screen readers. Again, they're web users. They use it all the time, and they don't want you to foist upon them a screen reader that you've decided that they must use. They use a particular screen reader, a particular voice, at a particular speed, and the idea is that you let them use their accessibility tools in your product. And there's a whole lot of testing that goes into that, including getting mathematics to work, which I'll talk about in a moment. Transcripts, hugely important. I mean, I, for one, watch Netflix with transcripts right now. I don't know if anybody is watching this Zoom on transcripts, because it is available, and how that's picking up my crazy Irish accent. But it is important to have the transcripts. It's important to have the option to add sign language. What we found is using a third-party service for a bunch of these things, somebody who's an absolute specialist in this, is important. So somebody like YouTube or Vimeo or Brightcove will have invested in getting these accessibility tools properly, whereas using a kind of a homegrown video tool is usually not good enough. Accessible math. So screen readers by nature, by default, can't read mathematics. So what we have here is some of our system, which is generating an automatic alt tag, an ARIA label for a math for a math formula, as in this case, author is typing the math formula. This is used again by students. Maybe a student has answered in math, and then they want to use a screen reader to check their answer, and it's all done in real time as they type it out. And we have libraries for that. You can change it into Spanish. You can change it into any language you like, because all it is a bunch of vocabulary in a file. And we're using the same math engine that scores mathematics for us. We've done, I think I saw before, 1.7 billion auto-scored math questions. We're using that functionality to understand the mathematics and therefore kind of dictate them into these labels.
Thank you, Gavin. I love that slide. I've seen it about 50 times now, and I love it every time. So look, responsive design, I'm sure you're all familiar with this, the fact that you need to author once and be able to deliver on lots of different devices, really important for inclusivity and for a test to be fair to different people. Also, translating tests. So sometimes you have to just give extra time or use simple language, but if you want to be able to translate assessments, then we have some great systems for it. Question marks. So do other vendors. Certainly worth thinking about translating assessments.
And you need to also translate the interface, right? So we have the idea of, let's just say it was a next button. Well, that label, one, it could be in Spanish, but two, it might be for a younger student. Maybe it's Go or something like that, or something that you're using different language for Americanized English or English or whatever. It can work for any language, work for multiple byte questions, and also we have the right to left thing as well. So you have Arabic and Hebrew examinations, and the whole interface is flipped. You might have a table of contents on the right in the English language exam. It's on the left in Hebrew, and that kind of thing. So the interface and the content needs to be localized. Offline is a big thing. We have this as a huge requirement, a lot. So two things we'll talk about here. One is when there's a kind of an intermittent, bad connection. So you're going to be able to start the test, but you've no real guarantee of, especially when you're in a large population of people, will they be able to submit at the end? So what we do there is we preload all of the questions. We allow kind of offline next and previous and answering and so on. We save in the background when possible. Every minute or so, we send a ping back to the server and say, okay, John has answered this this question and so on, and save all that stuff in the background. Then if the internet does go off during the assessment, at the end, the student doesn't really need to know about it. And at the end, there's a retry mechanism. They can retry until the internet goes back up. They can print it out. They can email it to us. They can do whatever it is. They can, once they start the test, they can finish it by kind of fair or foul means. And when you're doing large populations of students, for example, we did a project in Egypt that had 10.5 million students do assessments in 20 days. So it's about 500,000 users. Literally every morning, 9 a.m., 3, 2, 1, start. And between 500 and 580,000 students would do an assessment all concurrently. You're going to have some connectivity problems. And once they can start, you need to make sure they can continue. The other one is what I call pure offline. That's syncing down all of the questions and all of the content, say to a device, where a candidate might be down a mine, might be at a submarine. Sometimes it's as simple as a student is syncing it up in the school and then doing their homework on a bus on the way home. Understanding we're struggling for time here, so I'm going to move on. John.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the key message here is the bar keeps on getting higher. Inclusivity requires continuous investment. All these things on the screen here need to happen. And I'd encourage you, if you're a vendor, then invest in inclusivity and let's get it right. And if you're a user, then choose a partner who is investing in inclusivity. And a little bit on the lessons to learn, and then I think we've got one other slide after that, in case Jeff is keen to close us down.
So look, there's one thing we want to make a point on here is prevention is an order of magnitude cheaper and easier than trying to correct a product that's already in market, it's already built, and trying to backfill accessibility. It turns out to be a disaster every single time. That's about an order of magnitude more expensive. Failure in accessibility issues is an order of magnitude, again, more expensive and more difficult. So we really have to keep that in mind and build it from the ground up. Accessibility is not hard, it's really hard. And it'll become very, very expensive and very, very, very difficult unless it's built in from the ground up. Retrofitting is just really not an option at all. And it is now, as I said, a commercial imperative, and it is a kind of moral imperative. It just needs to be done.
Thank you, Gavin. And so our final message is maybe to think, at the moment, sometimes we think that assessments divide us. You have a pass score below there, you're not proficient; above it, you are proficient. But we'd like to suggest that maybe in the future, assessments should be bringing us together. That all test takers should benefit from assessments. You showcase your skills, you get rich information about what you know and don't know, and you have proficiency for all. And there's such a huge promise of digital assessment. We're all getting more ambitious with assessments. And I think I would challenge everybody, let's try and be excellent. Let's try and make assessments the best we can do and seek to improve. And thank you very much for listening to us.
And with that, feel free to reach out to us. I'm Gavin at learnosity.com. John is john@questionmark.com. We do have a white paper on the website about accessibility. And feel free to reach out with any questions. I don't think we have time at the moment to answer them live.
Okay. Thank you ever so much, John. Thank you ever so much, Gavin. See, I told you it was going to be good. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around. We've really reached the end of the proceedings for this. And I'm going to hand over to Brian to wish a farewell to everybody.
Thanks, John, Gavin, and Jeff. We really appreciate you giving the keynote. I think that's chock full of needed messages for the community, vendors and instructors and teachers alike. Thank you, everyone, for attending. We do have a feedback form. I just placed that in the chat. Hopefully, folks can give us some ideas of what they liked, what they'd like to see in the future. Thanks to Jeff and Christine for all your hard work in getting everything organized. Thanks to all the presenters. And finally, want to give one final thank to our sponsors. They're the folks that enable us to bring you this program for free. We will be in touch shortly with all the delegates regarding a few things. First is the recordings and any other documents like the slides and articles and those sorts of things that folks have referenced. We'll be in touch shortly to make those available to everyone. You'll also be hearing from us in the coming weeks and months regarding the next special issue from eLearn magazine. as well as future events to include podcasts. And last April, we had a one-day seminar that was quite successful, so we might look to repeat that. Please get in touch with the sponsors, any of the speakers, and myself, Jeff, or Christine, with any questions. And to coordinate for next year, we'll also be sending out invitations to participate in future events. So please pay attention to those. And with that, I'm going to give one final sponsors text message in the chat. So please do visit the sponsors, see what they have to offer. And until next time, that's it for me. Jeff, final comment?
No, just to thank you, Brian, and the team in Washington for hosting this and making it, I think, fairly seamless. Thank you, everybody. Usually, if we were here in person in a conference suite somewhere, I'd end up by saying, wishing everybody a safe journey home. I don't know how many of you are actually watching this from home or at the office or maybe a Starbucks somewhere, but safe journey home, everybody. See you next year for the Beyond Multiple Choice conferences in 2022.
Thanks, everybody.